never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden is on the West Coast raising money in Los Angeles ahead of the 2024 election, in which he's seeking a second term. As he left the White House on Tuesday, the president was asked by a reporter who he would rather face in the general election, former President Donald Trump or former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Oh, I don't care.
This as the president says there's more sanctions coming against Russia after the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
I told you we'd be announcing sanctions on Russia. We'll have a major package announced on Friday.
U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Linda Greenfield defends the United States' decision to veto a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. She spoke outside a meeting of the UN Security General.
We're on the ground 24/7. No one else is putting their people out there. No one else is putting skin and boots on the ground to find a solution to this situation, and we'll keep working on that every single day.
Earlier this month, senators were unable to agree on a nearly $118 billion package that would have boosted border security and provided wartime aid for Israel, Gaza, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz joins Fox Business and explains why he was a no vote.
That bill would have put into law, it would have codified Joe Biden's open borders. It would have put into law and codified catch and release, which is what has caused this crisis.
Police in Kansas City are announcing charges in the Super Bowl parade shooting. Jackson County prosecutor Gene Parker Baker saying 2 adults in the shooting have been charged with murder. 1 person died in the shooting and 22 others were hurt. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Louisiana Republican Governor Jeff Landry has declared a state of emergency due to a police shortage in his state. And he's now pushing for state legislators to reinstate tough-on-crime policies. He joins Fox News and says his state is in a crisis.
We have had more children last year in New Orleans being murdered than in past decades. And so we are in a crisis, and we know that the one thing that does work is when you get police officers and boots on the ground.
Nikki Haley is pledging to remain in the 2024 presidential race, affirming her commitment during a campaign event in her home state.
I'm willing to take the cuts, the bruises, and the name-calling, because the only way you get to the blessing is by going through the pain.
Despite trailing former President Trump by a significant margin in polls leading up to Saturday's South Carolina primary, she has dismissed many calls for her to withdraw from the race. In Baltimore, Maryland, multiple police officers are facing indictments in 3 separate cases. Baltimore State's Attorney Ivan Bates going over the indictments in a press conference on Tuesday.
We have secured indictments against 5 law enforcement officers in 3 separate cases, with offenses ranging from assault, reckless endangerment, excessive force, theft, serious traffic violations, and misconduct in office.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? Cue the microphone. It is showtime. And here we go. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Well, I look at the calendar, I see 21st day of February. We are literally 1 month. 21st day of March, we'll be in Louisville, Kentucky. We'll be kicking off day number 1 of the Mid-America Truck Show. Wow, it's almost here. My. And that's always a good sign, because that means spring's just around the corner, which I look forward to. Hey, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Here we are, a clear night, a little bit warmer, 38 at this hour. Still looking for some warmer temperatures as we head into midweek. And we've begun to see that warm up big time. Today, Wednesday's probably going to be the warmest day in the south central states. A lot of upper 70s, lower 80s. You'll take it, right? That's where we kick things off with our traveler's weather as we make our way into a Wednesday. Yeah, hey, what day is it? What day is it? Temperatures on the upward trend this week across the central and eastern half of the country. However, the next storm is already on the horizon. As we're witnessing, daytime highs are transitioning from the 20s and 30s last weekend, 40s and 50s, and of course in the southern states, much warmer. Now, overnight lows still dropping below the freezing mark across portions of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, the mid-Atlantic here. As we head into midweek, the mild weather across the Ohio Valley and the mid-Atlantic through the upcoming day. Probably going to be nice enough to get out there and maybe get started on some springtime yard work. Enjoy some outdoor recreation, whatever it's going. Main thing is get out and get some sunshine, because we haven't, the winter doldrums, as they call it, the lack of vitamin D. By later today, Wednesday into Thursday, it will become quite breezy from the Mississippi Valley through the interior northeastern states. That's the next storm that'll be approaching. So let's take a look. By late this week, that storm becomes more organized across the plains, bringing rain into the Ohio Valley and the interior northeast as a branch from the northern storm swings in southeastward through Canada. Those two are going to kind of come together. There will be a wintry side to the storm, but the southern flank of the storm, originating along the west coast, will bring thunderstorms further south into the Tennessee Valley on Thursday. As the storm shifts eastward to the mid-Atlantic Thursday night, those rain and showers spread into the Delmarva Peninsula. Rain could be locally heavy, a rumble of thunder possible in the Ohio Valley. In tandem with the melting snow, we ain't got no snow left outside our region here. Further to the north, though, there is still a bit of a snow cover on the ground. Portions of New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, you'll see the best chance of getting some accumulation late this week, especially the higher terrain. Now, it's not going to be a big snowmaker by any means. Generally, a coating to maybe 2 inches across the region, so you could see some slippery travel. As overnight lows fall near or below freezing Friday night, there will be the potential for a few flakes maybe to mix in further south in southern New York, northern Pennsylvania, and lower New England. Now, after the warm-up in the midweek areas across the east here, forecasters say some brisk air may filter southward out of Canada behind the storm, and you're actually going to go from above average temperatures to probably 5-10 degrees below where we'd typically be this time of year. It is the proverbial roller coaster ride. I think I mentioned last evening, temperature-wise over the next few days. In the south central states, though, we've got this big dome of high pressure, calm, mild conditions, several days of really prime weather for outdoor activities. It looks like the day ahead, Wednesday, should be the warmest day of the stretch. We could see a few records dating back nearly 30 years in Texas that could be in jeopardy today. Lubbock and Midland, Texas, you're both forecast to have daytime highs within the few degrees of the daily records there. But some gusty winds accompany that warmer air and a heightened risk of brush fires. And that would be indicative of what I'm looking at, the red flag warnings that are in place. Southeastern Colorado, about the eastern 2/3 of New Mexico, and the westernmost reaches of Texas there. During the latter half of the week, this big northward bulge in the jet stream begins to level out, so the mild conditions will continue in areas further south in Texas, slightly longer than northern Texas and on into Oklahoma. Those upper 70s and 80s will probably persist into late week from Houston to Brownsville, Texas. Temperatures may rise slightly again across the central states over the weekend, but highs maybe just a few degrees warmer. We are going to be looking at 'Tis the season. This is the time of year. We begin to see these warm-ups, those 70s and 80s, and as those temperatures can begin to creep further northward from time to time, that's where you end up with what they call the clash of the air masses, the battle as cold fronts sweep through and encounter those warmer conditions trying to surge northward. And that typically spells severe weather. Looks like the folks at AccuWeather are already sending up the alerts that there is the potential for a storm next week, plenty of advance notice, that could really kick off severe weather season with a bang. Severe weather has occurred. It can occur any time of year, but the official start of the spring severe weather season is rapidly approaching. The historical average for the ramp up in severe weather over the central and southern states typically arrives in March, but here we are. We're not far away, 21st day of February. Depending on the weather patterns, significant severe weather can begin to ramp up here in late winter. That is the concern for parts of the central states before we close out the month of February here. Now, before we get to next week's significant severe weather risk, there's a possibility we could see some thunderstorms actually turning locally severe. Torrential downpours, some strong wind gust and hail extending from southeastern Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, into portions of Kentucky and Tennessee from late Wednesday on into Thursday evening. That's the storm that's ultimately potentially going to bring some snow to the northeast, but a much larger, more volatile risk of severe weather may unfold by the middle of next week. It's still a number of days away, but we're going to be talking about another surge of warm, moist air over the central and southern plains, extending into the Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys. Now, how warm is it going to be? Unusually warm air will be in place across the central states early next week. Temperatures as much as 30 degrees above historical average. So we'll look a bit more into that coming up here, the potential next week again. So plenty of advance warning. Forecasters will be keeping a close eye on that over the coming days. Meanwhile, what do we have here? 15 past the hour. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, everybody. Steve, did you see the video of the horse running down I-95 in Philadelphia yesterday? I did not. I have not caught that. What gives? I'll have to pull that up. Drivers, keep on humping. Here it is. Which Joe Self jumps in. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. It's a cool 32 here, Winchester, Virginia. And hey, what day is it? Everybody have a good night. Everybody asking the same question. Hey, what day is it? Pappy. Well, it takes horse feathers to call in and officially let us know what day it is. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, somewhere deep beneath the earth's crust in the hotshot secret, hidden secret bunker. Mr. Steve Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, turning on the Stiction Eliminator power mic. Stay Bill, your name, right? Because the Overnight Drive's about to be hammered down 36 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Still colder than an Eskimo mom standing outside her igloo. With that said, sit back, throw another log on the fire. Heat up that cup of Joe. Dial it up at 844-844-3388. Or do like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? All right, yes, Roy is on board. What day is it? Shorty, I-77 northbound, Troutman, North Carolina tonight. 34 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Tracy, hello. Good morning. I'm out by Kings Island here, headed to the RNL Wilmington terminal. It's just me, though, tonight. Kathy's back here in the bunker, sleeping. All right, good to have you guys on board. Hello to Marianne, who always says, good morning, Steve. All the overnight family. Pappy's in the house. Good morning to Buckeye Boy, Miss Millie Gilligan, the Michigan Madman. Anybody heard from the Dipsy driver? She said, hello, Dipsy, from Lily and Darla and the Fur Babies. All right. Good afternoon. Must be Larry, right? Hammer down, be safe. 28 degrees. Fishkill, New York. It's round 2 to Schenectady tonight. Timothy, good morning. 34 here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. The wife has a fluorine estimation guy coming later today. Yeah, yay for me. Boy, how much is that going to set you back? She said, come on, honey, just whip out the credit card, right? Hello to Brian. Good morning, everyone. Have a good morning. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. A little warmer there, 50 degrees at this hour. We're looking at the 70s today. There's that warm up. The Big Tipper is loaded again. We're headed to Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. Daniel from the other side of the country. Good morning from Biggs Junction, Oregon. We've got 43 degrees and a little bit of rain tonight. Heat wave. Well, we're broke down in Phoenix. I was at the terminal, so what the hey, you know. Remember, boys and girls, the shiny side stays up, the rubber side stays down, right? Be safe and happy trails. Well, yeah, that's I guess a better place to be broke down is at the terminal versus out in the middle of nowhere, right? Copy the mail, 5-7. There's Santa Claus. Top of the morning, Steve. 50 degrees here in Sacramento, California. Heads up, chains are required from Baxter to Truckee, California on I-80, otherwise known as Donner Summit tonight. Thank you for the heads up there. Santa Claus out. Cap and Rod in the house. 43 in Gainesville, Florida tonight. Rolling northbound. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Indeed, underway. A brand new day. Hope your week's going well. Of course, with the delayed Daytona 500, that did take place on Monday. A couple of NASCAR-related stories I'll throw your way. Can't help but kind of chuckle about this one. Justin Allgaier, they say. He smelled something at Daytona International Speedway, and let's just say it was not burnt rubber. Allgaier, competing in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race Monday, the United Rentals 300, detected a smell of marijuana, or as he called it, he actually tuned up his mic to tell that the most potent reefer I've ever smelled coming from Turn 3 at Daytona. Who was smoking the weed at Daytona? Allgaier radioed over to his team, per the NASCAR Senior Content Coordinator. Well, that's certainly a new one, they say. You don't often get messages like that over the comm at Daytona, from driver to the team. Either way, Allgaier, who raced his way to victory lane in his Xfinity Series start at Daytona, picked up a P8 finish at the United Rentals 300. Not without some drama, as he spun himself out while leading at lap 45. He appeared to go for a side draft on Cole Custer, but got loose and completely lost control. His crew chief wasn't happy, and he let him know about it. He said, "After this, we're going to have a talk. I'm mad." He went on to say, "I'm going to take a deep breath here. The whole reason we're in that position is you're 6 car lengths out. The move, all right, we can talk about that later. We lost this race last year shooting ourselves out. We cannot get that far out." Okay. Nonetheless, it's encouraging for Allgaier, who has finished 7th or better in each full-time season he's raced in the Xfinity Series. All that's missing now is an Xfinity Series championship to cement his legacy in the Xfinity Series circuit. Now, it has nothing to do with racing action at Daytona, but Wheelchair Dave forwarded this to me this past day. And racing fans are all familiar with Mike Wallace, the veteran NASCAR driver Mike Wallace, brother of the NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace and the driver race analyst Kenny Wallace, recovering from a brutal beating Friday night. According to several media reports, Wallace's daughter, Lindsay, also reportedly injured. Mike apparently attacked, being punched and kicked, literally beat the crap out of, in a parking lot by 3 men after his wife and his daughter and her husband were leaving a Rascal Flatts concert Friday night at the PNC Pavilion in Charlotte. 57-year-old Wallace reportedly was knocked unconscious, while his daughter was also treated for unspecified injuries after trying to cover her father's body to protect him. Mike took to Facebook, posted this after being treated at the hospital, to which he says, "I normally would not post personal affairs, but this is just to help give advice to our friends. Do not ever talk to a group of now what appeared to be drunk or drugged young adult men or women when trying to get into your car to leave the unguarded PNC Amphitheater in Charlotte, North Carolina parking lot after what was a good Rascal Flatts concert. This is what I looked like after I was knocked out and the crap beat out of me." The photograph, yes, he did get the crap beat out of him. The ambulance driver took this picture. We were just supposed to go out, have a fun night. I want to thank family and friends for helping protect me from a worse beating as I laid unconscious on the ground. What's worse is 3 of the guys that beat my family up were arrested and out of jail before we got out of the hospital. Wow. Kenny Wallace took to social media and said his brother received 12 stitches inside his mouth, suffered a dislodged tooth, vision problems resulting from the attack. Mike Wallace and his daughter both have been released now from the hospital. Later Sunday, Kenny Wallace spoke to USA Today Sports. Mike was apparently, he said, talking to one of these 3 men, and out of nowhere, one of them came after him like a crazy man. He was knocked out, completely cold. While he was on the ground, they continued to beat on him, kicking him in the face. 29-year-old Paul Lucas arrested for misdemeanor assault on a female. He was released on $1,500 bond. 22-year-old Nathan Lucas and 24-year-old Randolph Magnum were each arrested for misdemeanor assault, released on a $1,000 bond. All 3 have been given a court appearance date of July 22nd. Kenny Wallace said, "I talked to Mike a couple times over the weekend, and I'm shocked. Can't believe it happened." Yeah, Mike Wallace, though, made more than 800 starts across the Sprint Cup Series, Xfinity, and Camping World Truck Series. He has 4 Xfinity Series victories, 5 in the Camping World Truck Series. His most recent 2 NASCAR starts were back in the 2015 season openers for the Sprint Cup and Xfinity Series at Daytona International Speedway. But undoubtedly, NASCAR fans, a face you would recognize. But, I mean, how's that make you feel? You get out of nowhere. Yeah, the living crap just beat out of you. And they're out of jail, back at home before you even get out of the hospital. The world we live in today. It is 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get a news break here and get to your calls. Big Sexy is on board. Then I see somebody saying, hey, Mike. Who might that be? And room for you. Hey, it's a Wednesday, right? We're rolling into Wednesday. Don't forget, coming up later this Wednesday afternoon, it's time for this week's edition of Hot Shot Secret Live. 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. This is go to the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page or the Hot Shot Secret YouTube channel. This week, they'll be discussing what a new diesel owner needs to know. What you need to know as a diesel owner. All that coming your way, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Hot Shot Secret Live on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube pages.
USA News Update. Nikki Haley has pledged to remain in the 2024 presidential race, affirming her commitment during a campaign event in her home state.
I'm willing to take the cuts, the bruises, and the name calling, because the only way you get to the blessing is by going through the pain.
Despite trailing former President Trump by a significant margin in polls leading up to Saturday's South Carolina primary, she has dismissed calls for her to withdraw from the race. President Biden's brother James will testify before lawmakers as part of the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president on Wednesday. James Biden is set to undergo a deposition with members of the House Oversight Committee. The College Football Playoff Board of Managers has approved a model for the new 12-team playoff, ensuring that the 5 highest-ranked conference champions will be part of the expanded playoffs this fall. Initially, only Power 5 conference champions were to receive automatic bids. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, if memory serves, last week when we shared the latest numbers, prices at the pump, the Energy Information Administration had cited a rather significant jump. I mean, nearly 20 cents per gallon in the national average. Pro Miles was running a bit behind. It was more like 6 cents. I guess the numbers are catching up, coming together. Pro Miles this past day reporting a significant increase in the national fuel average. Up just under 15 cents a gallon. National average back over $4. $4.06 per gallon. Fuel averages were up by region. The largest increase coming in the Rocky Mountain region, where the average per gallon up 20.5 cents higher than the week before. The lower Atlantic up by almost 18 cents. Midwest a jump of more than 16. 5 other regions saw increases of 10 cents or more. The Gulf Coast, California, West Coast, East Coast, and West Coast minus California. Prices on the increase once again. Big Sexy on board. What's going on out there?
Not much. I just thought I'd check in with you.
How we been?
We've been fine. How you been?
Yeah, you like working during the daylight hours versus that old night owl job?
Well, I kind of like it at night, really, but, I've got used to it.
Yeah.
I like the money a lot better on this job than I did the other one.
That's a good thing.
But I'm usually getting up and getting started about the time your show is wrapping it up,
Absolutely. So, yeah.
So I'm missing the show, Sometimes I go back and catch some of it on
the podcast,
the podcast, but, of course, a lot of the patients I'm hauling around don't want to listen to the trucker show,
Yeah. So what are you doing now?
I drive for a company that transports Medicaid patients to their doctor's appointment.
Okay, all right.
Any kind of doctor appointment, or if they're in the hospital and they get discharged, we'll take them home. Anything to do like that, with medical for Medicaid patients.
So is that like a van sort of thing?
Yeah, I drive a caravan,
Gotcha.
Grand Caravan.
Okay.
I don't have the wheelchair ramp. I just transport the ones that are ambulatory, not in wheelchairs. We do have vehicles that have wheelchairs with wheelchair ramps and all that, but I don't have wheelchairs.
Okay, those that are able to get up and get in the vehicle, and yeah. Well, that's a little different.
sometimes I have to, kind of help them a little bit,
Sure.
They may have a walker or something. I have to fold that walker up and put it in the back of the vehicle.
Yeah.
But other than that, they come out, they get in, take them to where they need to go. They get out, sign a little deal showing it after I put the mileage in and all that, and move on to the next one.
Okay, interesting. Wow.
Of course, sometimes I run quite a few miles. I've done as many as 661 miles in a day before.
Wow.
Yeah. But, usually it's anywhere from 100 and something to a couple hundred.
Yeah.
To 3 minutes at the most. It depends on where we got to go. Sometimes I had to run from Northeast Arkansas down to Little Rock to where the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences is and all that,
Gotcha.
The only real trauma level hospital we have in the state,
So how about your weather there in Arkansas? You enjoying this warm up?
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying it. I took the dog out a while ago. It's 48 degrees out there and not a cloud in the sky. We're going up to, I think, in the high 60s today, and we may see 70 on Thursday.
Yeah.
Before a little front comes through. It's going to be a West Coast front, not one out of Canada, so it's going to drop temperature just a little bit, but not like it.
Yeah,
the others have.
I was looking at the maps depicting next week where they're talking about we could kick off severe weather season, and they're kind of highlighting a zone that's going to have northern Arkansas included in the mix. So pay attention next week.
Yeah, I got an email today from the Weather Service, out of the Paducah Weather Service, that said Thursday night into Friday morning we may see a possibility of a little bit unstable, it shouldn't be too bad, but next Tuesday could be really be bad.
Next week could get kind of ugly the way it's sounding. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Giving us a heads up, to be prepared for it.
Yep.
But yeah, I hadn't really had a chance to call, and I told a few of others I was talking to them a while ago. I said I may make an appearance tonight.
Just say, hey, check in. Well, good to hear from you.
All right, well, I'll let you get on to the next call. I'm not going to say more intelligent because that's going to be hard to do.
Because you've already
Especially
got it.
with
you got
Mike coming up.
Warning. You got advance notice, didn't you?
But I'll let you get on to the next one, and I'll try to check in more often.
All right. Thank you much. Be safe out there. Big sexy. Eskimo Mom on board. What do you got? It's kind of like her Monday. Happy hump day to everybody else. Whatever day it is. Normal Tuesday night for me. I run wherever it's available tonight. I'm starting off with the Cincinnati store. Where I'm finished, a drop and hook. I don't know where I'll be going next, but just a heads up, my uncle had a beautiful service down in Somerset, Kentucky on Monday for his funeral there. We had nearly perfect weather yesterday, and the service was beautiful, especially since he was buried with full military honors and him being a man of great faith. So it was nice to meet his family and friends. I wish it could have been under better circumstances, of course, but had to come back to work to recover, if you know what I mean. It's clear, 41 degrees, Cincinnati, Ohio. Be safe out there. All right. Good morning to Steve, who says, checking in from a rainy Simi Valley, California tonight. Good to have you on board. Do we dare say incoming? A European satellite will be coming back to the Earth today. I want to say heads up, thank you, Woodpecker, for sharing this with me. I probably would have missed this if you hadn't thrown the little headline my way. Now, they're saying, while most of it should burn up in a fiery re-entry through our atmosphere, there could be some remnants, and those remnants may land in your backyard. Known as ERS-2 satellite, the 5,057-pound spacecraft expected to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere around 11:30 a.m. Eastern this morning, give or take 5 hours. Any matter that survives re-entry should reach the Earth's surface soon after. The ER2 or ERS2 Earth-observing satellite launched by the European Space Agency in April of 1995, together with their nearly identical ERS-1 satellite. It captured important data, land, oceans, ice, even used to monitor natural disasters, earthquakes, floods around the globe. At the end of its service life, ESA made the decision to end the satellite's operations and deorbit the satellite. Now, in the time since the decision was made to deorbit the aging satellite, dozens or deorbiting maneuvers have been performed. According to ESA, deorbiting satellites at the end of their life ensures the satellites or their remnants burn up in the Earth's atmosphere rather than pose hazards to other orbiting spacecraft or become additional space debris to an increasingly congested area above the Earth. They've used up the last of its fuel years ago to minimize the risk of any sort of a catastrophic explosion that could have generated a large amount of space debris. The batteries are depleted, and its communication antenna and onboard electronics have been switched off. There is no longer any way to actively control the motion of the satellite from the ground as it descends. With the power out and no way to communicate with the tumbling satellite, it's now falling towards the Earth. Now, the good news is, because 71% of the Earth's surface is water, odds are that any remnants would crash away from people in the water. And because most of that water is in the form of oceans, the odds of people even seeing those remnants is rather remote. But while it is remote, it is not zero. The risk of any individual person being injured by space debris is under 1 in 100 billion. That means you're 65,000 times more likely to be struck by lightning than by space debris. I get all that. But in their latest reentry forecast, they sketched the yellow and blue lines on a map showing the satellite's final orbits around the planet. It could re-enter at any point along those lines, with its debris reaching Earth not far from there. Now, right now, those lines, timing-wise, later this morning, cross several places over the United States. Alaska, Hawaii, and maybe near Maui or Hawaiian Islands. That one trend is kind of like from a southwest to northeast, crossing the lower 48. One crossing Arizona, Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, Montana. Then, like the next time around, it would cross Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Michigan. Now, because the satellite shouldn't detour from those final orbital paths, people not in those states have no chance of seeing or being impacted by the satellite. While the odds of being struck is extremely remote, they do say a person was struck by space debris. It has happened before, January of 1977. All right, I won't go through the whole story there, but indeed, that'll be burning up in the atmosphere. Now, of course, as it crosses the lower 48, then, of course, it crosses Canada and is orbiting, circling the entire planet. So in that window of opportunity, there's only a number of minutes where it could possibly burn up over the United States. Everybody will be watching later today. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning. So that means you got to stay watching from like 6:30 in the morning until like, what, 4:30, 3:30, 4:30 in the afternoon?
Well,
just to maybe catch a couple minute or two.
Give or take 5 hours either sides of 11:30. Yep, that's a pretty broad window, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I'll probably be sleeping. I don't know about you, Your Honor, but I think I'll be taking my nap. So, anyways, I guess because we're not going to get any more intelligent caller than you had from the last one there, I'll guarantee you that. Maybe we should start out doing, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
How about a hump day?
Yeah, so what day of the month is this at? Where are we at in the month, Your Honor?
20.
We're starting to wind.
21st day of February, 2/21.
All right. So we got all day today and all day tomorrow if you want to get your free tickets to the truck show. You don't get them by tomorrow, you're going to have to pay whatever it is the exorbitant rate is now to get in.
$10. Apparently, last year I thought they jumped it up last year. At one point, I had heard that, but the memo that I shared last evening said it'll $10 to register. And I think today is actually the last day, 21st. They said starting the 22nd, I think. So tomorrow it will be the $10. So get your registration in.
Yeah, I remembered reading something about the 22nd, so maybe that was the first day of having to not get the free ones. So, anyway, yeah, don't be a procrastinator like me and Steve here. You know, me and Steve, we're going to be competing candidates for the president of the Procrastinators Club there, right? If we ever get around to running for it.
Why do today what you could possibly do tomorrow?
That's right. That's right. Anyway, so I don't know. What do we got going for us here? You know, we keep talking about the southern border or some and that, and I've been meaning to say something there. I think it was last week sometime I saw something, and they were talking about the Native American people there that live up in Montana. I don't know. Can we call them Native American? I know we can't call them Indian. I don't even know. We're Native American, I think, it's gone away too, isn't it? Isn't it indigenous people or something now that we're down to or something?
I believe, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyways, the good people that were here before us, and we know because of the football team that used to formerly be known as the Washington Redskins. We can't use that name either.
Right.
Yeah. But those good people that live on the reservations in Montana, they're being flooded, Your Honor. Did you hear this? That the people in Montana on these reservations are now being flooded in by the drug cartels. I guess the fentanyl is just running rampant through the reservations. I guess the impoverished and not so well-to-do off there, you know, apparently don't have any problem paying $100 to $125 for a fentanyl pill. I don't understand it. I never have, and I don't. The other part I don't understand is why these people that are selling product, being illegal as it is, sell product that kill their clients so that they don't have more clients to buy their product. I don't know. It doesn't make good business sense to me, Your Honor. But anyways, you know, we're talking about the problems with the border net, how far it's reaching, and that's one of the stories that seems to always get left off there is when we get down to the people that live in the far outskirts and still in the, you know, even in the areas where there's reservations and that. And it's hard to believe that there's still that type of thing going on, but you know, there's still quite a few there in that situation. And anyway, I don't know. I just thought I'd throw it out there real quick. And but today's kind of a sad day here for us in the antique fire world. His history here, especially York County, Pennsylvania. There, he lost a really good friend and member of the area there named Bob Straw. He was I'm hoping he's not the glue that holds a lot of the local organization together here, because I'm thinking everything's going to be able to continue on. But if he was one of these people that if there was something going on with anything with the musters or anything to help with the fire service or any way to help in a charitable event, he was one that was always there. And so with his passing yesterday, that we're got a big hole to try to fill and remember him. And I don't know, it's just something local here that we got going on. But he was actually one of the first ones to really carry a fire community doing this stuff with the antique stuff. When I knew I was buying this fire truck and I started hanging out a little bit, he kind of was, right there as one of the senior people to reach out to somebody new, kind of a probie going into the stuff and pull me under his wing. And, it was good to have a mentor of his type. And so anyways, we got a big day Saturday to bid farewell to him and remember and try to figure out how to go on and do it in the style that he'd want it done in. So anyway, I don't know, not a whole lot of that going on there. So there was a bunch of Baltimore news and everything, but yeah, let that go for now. And I don't know, look for some decent weather here for a day or so, and then I guess we got to get the galoshes out because it ain't sounding good for Friday, Your Honor. Thursday night and Friday just don't sound good without having galoshes.
Rain. Well, it's better than snow, if you know what I mean.
So you say.
Take the wet stuff versus the frozen stuff. All right, what he's referring to there was the New York Post, talking about the Mexican drug cartels flooding Montana with fentanyl and meth, actually setting up operation on Indian reservations where law enforcement is scarce. They know who to choose. According to the American Indian Health Director for the Montana Department of Health and Human Services. Just like any other prey or predator situation, that's just how it is. The drug pushers have found that the notoriously deadly fentanyl goes for nearly 20 times the price in the remote Big Sky country, where the population of 1.2 million is spread out across 150,000 square miles of rugged terrain. Now, they'll initially target Native Americans by giving away an initial supply of drugs, transforming them into addicts. The cartel will send out their advance team or individuals to get to know who's distributing small amounts on the reservation. Who can we get our claws into? Then they do what they do the best. They own you. We see it over and over again. The vast remoteness of Montana works in their favor. Law enforcement already struggles to cover their wide-reaching territories. Another layer of difficulty when the trafficking trade takes place on Native American land, where local and state officials are barred from arresting tribal members and tribal forces, which are underfunded and short-staffed, largely prohibited from arresting outsiders on the reservation. The legal loophole provides security for the cartel to actually operate in Montana. That's made only more appealing for the traffickers, thanks to the demand for drugs. Now, a counterfeit fentanyl pill that can be made for less than 25 cents in Mexico sells for $3 to $5 in cities like Seattle or Denver, where the drug markets are more established. But as Horse Feathers just mentioned, up to $100 in remote parts of Montana. The perfect storm makes the cartel's 1,300-mile journey from the southern border more than worth it. The profits are just out of this world. The drug crisis has fallen heavily on Native American communities, which account for less than 7% of Montana's population. The overdose death rate among Native Americans was more than twice that of white Montana residents in the decade leading up to 2020. Between 2017 and 2020, Montana's opioid overdose death rate almost tripled. Nearly 8 people per 100,000 succumbing to drugs in that year. That's 2020. You know, it's only getting worse with each passing day. Right now, it's almost as if fentanyl is raining on our reservation, according to Marvin Weathermax, who serves on the Blackfeet Tribal Business Council and represents the 15th District in the Montana House of Representatives. Wow. Sad it is, yes indeed, but I guess for each one that passes away for using the drugs, they're giving drugs to the next individual to get them hooked, to keep their demand. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden is on the West Coast raising money in Los Angeles ahead of the 2024 election, in which he's seeking a second term. As he left the White House on Tuesday, the president was asked by a reporter who he would rather face in the general election, former President Donald Trump or former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Oh, I don't care.
This as the president says there's more sanctions coming against Russia after the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
I told you we'd be announcing sanctions on Russia. We'll have a major package announced on Friday.
U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Linda Greenfield defends the United States' decision to veto a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. She spoke outside a meeting of the UN Security General.
We're on the ground 24/7. No one else is putting their people out there. No one else is putting skin and boots on the ground to find a solution to this situation, and we'll keep working on that every single day.
Earlier this month, senators were unable to agree on a nearly $118 billion package that would have boosted border security and provided wartime aid for Israel, Gaza, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz joins Fox Business and explains why he was a no vote.
That bill would have put into law, it would have codified Joe Biden's open borders. It would have put into law and codified catch and release, which is what has caused this crisis.
Police in Kansas City are announcing charges in the Super Bowl parade shooting. Jackson County prosecutor Gene Parker Baker saying 2 adults in the shooting have been charged with murder. 1 person died in the shooting and 22 others were hurt. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Louisiana Republican Governor Jeff Landry has declared a state of emergency due to a police shortage in his state. And he's now pushing for state legislators to reinstate tough-on-crime policies. He joins Fox News and says his state is in a crisis.
We have had more children last year in New Orleans being murdered than in past decades. And so we are in a crisis, and we know that the one thing that does work is when you get police officers and boots on the ground.
Nikki Haley is pledging to remain in the 2024 presidential race, affirming her commitment during a campaign event in her home state.
I'm willing to take the cuts, the bruises, and the name-calling, because the only way you get to the blessing is by going through the pain.
Despite trailing former President Trump by a significant margin in polls leading up to Saturday's South Carolina primary, she has dismissed many calls for her to withdraw from the race. In Baltimore, Maryland, multiple police officers are facing indictments in 3 separate cases. Baltimore State's Attorney Ivan Bates going over the indictments in a press conference on Tuesday.
We have secured indictments against 5 law enforcement officers in 3 separate cases, with offenses ranging from assault, reckless endangerment, excessive force, theft, serious traffic violations, and misconduct in office.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. We kick off another hour as we work our way into a new day, a Wednesday coming on. There you go, midweek just like that, 21st day of February. Let me give you a little more detail as they're kind of highlighting next week. A large, severe weather risk may be coming down the pike. A much larger, more volatile risk of severe weather may unfold toward midweek next week as a warmer, moist air surges over the central and southern plains as well as the Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys. I mean, how warm? A very unusually warm air will be in place across the central states early next week. Temperatures running 30 degrees above the historical average. So think about that. 30 degrees above where you would typically be in late February is talking like late March, early April type temperatures. There will likely be some twisting of the winds at different levels of the atmosphere. Wind shear, as they call it, one of the ingredients for severe weather and tornadoes. Now, the key to the exact timing and location is going to depend on the track and intensity of the storm that rolls out of the southwest early next week. While some of the first severe storms next week may erupt even late Monday over western parts of Texas and Oklahoma, the two potential big days for severe weather look to be Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, with all modes of severe weather possible. Tornadoes, damaging hail, intense winds. The forecasters say this is a good time to maybe review your springtime severe weather preparedness plans. Have a plan. Know where to seek shelter. And this is a broad area from Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas to Missouri, Arkansas, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, through the entire Tornado Alley region, and so much more. There may be another opportunity for severe weather in the early days of March, again, for a portion of the central states. We won't get too far ahead of ourselves, but interesting how they're already throwing out those advance warnings for a fairly broad area. Hey, an update. Eagle checks in here on a Wednesday. Well, how did things go in Daytona?
Yeah, I couldn't get in last night, Steve. I was a lot of action yesterday. I watched both races. I didn't leave the damn track until like around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday, because they had to change the race around. They had the Infinity race run up at 9 o'clock last night, 10 o'clock, damn near 10, after the Cup race. So I said, they let people stay in the stadium for free. So I said, I might as well watch the second race. They didn't even charge people for the second one. So it was a good deal. I got 2 races for the price of 1.
I'll be darned. I wasn't even aware of that. I mean, originally the Xfinity was scheduled to run at like 10 or noon or something. So I guess they still had a wet track, so they put it after the 500, huh?
Yeah. The track was. Well, they had a little bit of rain early in the morning. Yesterday it was still drizzling a little bit, and so the track wasn't going to be ready to go at 10 o'clock in the morning or whatever. They were supposed to run in the morning before the Cup race, but it was still raining a little bit, so they decided to run it at night, and they ended up running it last night, so it wasn't over until, like I say, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. It was a pretty good race. Both of them was pretty decent races, considering the way that they run. I'm just glad the Chevrolet won. 24 car, Byron. I'm glad he pulled in. He won. He's not my driver, but I'm glad that somebody from Chevrolet won the race. That's the main thing. Like I say, when you racing like that, a lot of people, you go. All it takes is one mistake, and that's what happened. They ran good. They lucky they got away with it that long. They ran, 10 rows deep, 3 wide, the whole damn race almost. You got 3 cars side by side, 10 rows deep. So all it takes is one mistake, and unfortunately, the worst wrecks to have is at the front of the field, and that's what happened. They had a wreck at the front of the pack in the Cup race, and that took out half the damn field. As Kevin Harvick said, it was a parking lot in the middle of after the wreck. It was so many damaged cars, it was ridiculous. Half the field got wiped out. Some of the best cars got wiped out. Joey Logano, he probably was going to end up winning. He probably had the best car either. Denny Hamlin, both of them guys got taken out in that wreck. Like I say, when you wreck somebody at the front of the field, it's only bad things happen. There's nowhere to go. If you make it through, you're a lucky man. So very few people made it through that deal. So it was an exciting race. But like I say, I think they need to figure out another way to do this. They tell on the owners. These guys lose a lot of money. These cars are valued at over $1 million. So, and they basically wipe out those cars. They usually try to use those cars for, Daytona or either Talladega. So they got to build a whole nother damn. A lot of these teams got to build a whole nother car. So that's got to be expensive to rebuild these vehicles after Daytona or Talladega. But that's the way NASCAR want to race. So, like I always hear that quote that Dale Earnhardt says, Steve. Unfortunately, he was the one that lost his life. He said that a long time ago, back before 2001, before he got killed back in the 90s. He said we'll keep racing like this until somebody gets killed. And unfortunately, he was the one that got killed. So they'll keep running like that until somebody else loses their life. Even though the cars are a lot safer than they were when Earnhardt was running. It's just a matter of time before something bad happens when you're running like that door to door. So if that's what NASCAR wants, that's what they got. Now, but like I say, I'll probably end up being in Atlanta. As a matter of fact, I told you that last week. I'm getting ready to run this load. Well, I'm already on the road. I got to run a load up to Virginia, and then they got me a load going back to Atlanta. So I'm gonna catch this Atlanta race since I got free tickets to that Atlanta race on Sunday. So hopefully the weather don't be bad for that. Maybe you could check on the weather on that. Hopefully ain't got no damn rain for this weekend in Atlanta, because that's where they running at this week. So I'm gonna try to catch that Atlanta race this Sunday before I head out to Texas. Now let me talk about this situation right here, Steve. Before I get to the politics deal, I want to talk about what's going on in New York City. And now it's got the endorsement of Donald Trump. This so-called trucker boycott. Some guy on the internet, I don't know who he is, some guy on YouTube or someone on Facebook or something. He's trying to encourage truck drivers not to travel into New York City and deliver freight. Well, he doesn't have to tell me that, because I haven't delivered a load to New York City since 2001 and will not, and don't care if I ever step foot in New York City again. I knew New York City was no good. I've been telling this for years, Steve, about New York City. I don't need this guy. He didn't have to tell me anything. My truck doesn't go nowhere near New York City and never will as long as I'm a part. They don't pay me enough money to go to New York City, because I know the type of environment. I've been there, done that, and don't want to do it again. Now, as far as Donald Trump goes, Steve, you and I both know this guy has been railroaded. This Letitia James and this bogus, crooked judge in New York. This case is unheard of, just like the so-called RICO case down in Georgia was unheard of. This case here, Steve, they're telling Donald Trump that he has to pay over $500 million before he can even appeal this case. Never heard of before. Never heard of somebody having to pay cash money before they can get a damn appeal on a case. But that's Donald Trump. And it's Letitia James. If anybody go back and listen to the audio of her after this ruling was brought down, you could just hear the nastiness, the hatred of Donald Trump. She basically said, Steve, that Donald Trump will pay every single dime of his money. And if he don't pay, we'll place interest on his money every day until he does pay it. That sounds like a hatred to me. This woman here she ran on ruining Donald Trump, Steve, running Donald Trump out of New York City. I think a part of this deal is Donald Trump can't do business in New York for 3 years. I think that's another part of the deal. Right. This is outrageous, Steve. This is totally, but yet they can bring in immigrants from another country illegally to New York City, give them free room, board, hotel room, food, and anything else they want. And allow them to attack police officers, put them back on the street the next day, and yet they trying to run Donald Trump out of town. This is absolutely unheard of, Steve. If people didn't think Donald Trump was being railroaded by now, then you should know by this case right here. This is just disgusting what they're trying to do to Donald Trump. And like I said before, I don't never encourage nobody to boycott or do what you do what the hell you want to do. That's your truck. You drive where you want to go. You do what you do with your truck. I do what I do with mine. I choose not to go to New York. I'm not telling nobody else what to do with their truck, but my truck won't go to New York. Now, let me talk about this other deal with Nikki Haley, Steve. She held a press conference today, and now I see why. Now, what'd you say?
I'm laughing because, why won't she just go away?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to, Steve. I see why Donald Trump calls her bird brain. Because that's a very good name for her. She probably has the brain the size of a bird. This woman here is is such a joke. I thought the sanctimonious was a joke, but at least he had enough common sense to go away after he realized he couldn't win. But she's paid for by the Democrats, Steve. You and I both know that. She held a press conference today talking about she already knows that she is going to get wiped out in her own state of South Carolina. I told you that a couple of weeks ago. That's the biggest embarrassment to get your butt kicked in your own state. She basically admitted that today. She said, we're going to stay in the race even after South Carolina, basically saying we know we're going to lose, but we're still staying in. Well, I got bad news for you, Nikki. It's over with. I don't know who's funding you, who's giving you money, but the trip is over, my friend. You're not going to win the nomination for Donald Trump for the Republican Party. It's over. If you had any kind of class about yourself, you would go ahead and resign now, before you get embarrassed in South Carolina, because that's exactly what's going to happen to you. You're going to get embarrassed. And then I've heard the different deals about Texas, Steve. They say Donald Trump is like a 70-point lead in the state of Texas. She shouldn't even waste her time going out to Texas because she's going to get blown out in Texas, too. So, Nikki, you can go ahead on and stay in the race all you want. She's going to get blown out and embarrassed, Steve, and shown the classless joke that she really is, and because she's supported by the Democrats. See, what they're hoping for, Steve, they were hoping that Donald Trump, that's the only reason she's staying in, that Trump either goes to jail or somehow he's eliminated from the political race and then she can step in as the Republican nominee. But that's not going to work because Donald Trump is getting more and more support. The more they try to railroad this guy, Steve, American people are opening their eyes and they're finally realizing that this man has been railroaded and treated very badly by these corrupt people, and they're jumping on the Trump bandwagon. So Nikki Haley and anybody associated with her, they can go ahead and get out of the race. And Joe Biden, if he was smart, he'd get out of the race because it's over for him too. It's been over for Joe Biden because, like I said before, Joe Biden, if you got the answer to everything, brother, he said today, Steve, that he knows that Vladimir Putin is responsible for this man getting killed in Russia. Well, how does he know that? How does he know? Was he in Siberia? He doesn't know a damn thing about what went on in Siberia. But he has why don't he figure out what's going on with the southern border? That's what Joe Biden needs to be concerned with is how to shut this damn border down and keep these illegals out of the country instead of what's going on in Siberia, my man. That's what you need to be focused on because you're not good at neither one of them, the U.S. border or any other border. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. And coming up, I've got a couple of other scenarios that you may or may not have yet heard. We all are familiar with the police, the two officers that were down being beaten in the streets by illegal immigrants in New York several weeks ago. New video this past day, totally separate incident. Not quite as dramatic as the officers being beaten up, but New York City police officers trying to arrest an illegal in one of the illegal immigrant shelters find themselves literally being attacked by many of those illegals in that shelter. That's story number one. We'll get more on that. First, he mentioned the whole New York thing. And, right, who was it? I think Jay Bird brought it up last evening. The idea that he does go into New York, but a lot of drivers refuse. Eagle would be one of those. Many drivers who may have been to New York once and said, that'll be the last time I ever go to New York. You can't say you're participating in a, quote, boycott of New York. Eagle couldn't say he's participating in a boycott because he doesn't go there anyway, right? I use the same example of Steve Summers can't say he's participating in the Bud Light boycott because I didn't drink Bud Light to begin with. I drank Miller Lite, and I still today drink Miller Lite. So, no, I don't purchase Bud Light, but I'm not a part of the boycott. That makes sense? In the days since the viral video that Trump actually endorsed, other truckers now taking to social media, kind of pointing out what we've talked about the last few nights, what Eagle just said. One of those truckers is North Carolina-based social media personality Andy Andrew, who was known as the blue-collar trucker on TikTok. sharing a video that's garnered more than 167,000 views that explains many truck drivers already avoid New York City. Not because of any political grievance, but just the fact the city doesn't treat truckers very well. He says, so about this trucker strike, nobody talked to me about it. It's not happening. There's no striking against New York City, not over the Trump case. He goes on to explain, I'm preaching to the choir, right? Many truckers refuse to enter the boroughs because of a lack of truck parking, the cost of tolls, the heavy traffic, the crime. He also points to a program that allows New York City residents to earn a bounty for tattling on drivers that are idling their truck. All this is true. New York City is so unfriendly to truckers that many who have been refuse to go back. Some refuse to ever enter in the first place. Now, let me reiterate, you cannot get two drivers to agree that the sky is blue or if it's raining when they're standing outside getting drenched. Yeah, it's not happening. I promise you that, he says.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, these should be the videos that are headlining every mainstream media news outlet with the headline, Joe Biden's America. Right on the heels of the officers attacked in New York several weeks ago, a video taken inside the New York City migrant shelter shows five New York City Police Department officers trying to detain a struggling suspect as those migrants pelt them with objects, whether it be it's backpacks, it's cups, it's bottles. This was on February the 15th as officers tried to detain a suspect at the Randall's Island migrant shelter. Hostile shelter residents surrounding the five officers began throwing bottles, backpacks, other items. Some pushed forward at the officers, trying to interfere with the arrest. They were also treated with epithets hurled at them in Spanish. Shelter security reportedly called in the NYPD when a man was acting in a disorderly fashion. The suspect seen in the video being detained by the police was reportedly not a shelter resident. Shelter security operatives eventually surrounded the police officers to give them cover to exit the building, with the suspect now in tow. Now, that was the actual shelter security personnel. In the second video of migrants attacking NYPD officers that's gone viral in less than a month, the previous back on January 30, when 9 illegals attacking several NYPD officers in the street. Headline number 2. Let's move from New York to Chicago. 4 illegal aliens living in a migrant shelter in Chicago arrested and charged for robbing and strangling a man on the Pink Line this past weekend. According to police, the 4 illegals, identified as 22-year-old Fernando Rodriguez, 21-year-old Wilker Gutierrez Sierra, 20-year-old Carlos Carreno, 18-year-old Yadier Guzmarcara Garcia, attacking and robbing a 48-year-old passenger near the Costner station Saturday afternoon. 4 men who lived at the migrant shelter in downtown Chicago charged with robbing and strangling a passenger on the Pink Line, according to officials. 4:45 in the afternoon, middle of the afternoon Saturday, Chicago cops swooped in and arrested the suspect about 45 minutes later at the Pulaski station. Prosecutors charging each man with robbery and aggravated battery by strangulation. Yes, this is Joe Biden's America, folks. More than 11 million, mainly military-age men from Africa, Latin America, China, Middle East, invading the U.S. under Joe Biden's open border invitation. We've cited many times in the past Venezuela emptying their prisons, sending their most hardened criminals and dangerous gang members here to the United States. Terrorist, MS-13 gang members, murderers literally invading this country, unleashing hell on America. Thank you, Joe Biden.
USA News Update. The United States is advocating for a temporary ceasefire in Gaza that includes the release of hostages held by Hamas. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller emphasized that an unconditional pause in fighting without the release of hostages only benefits Hamas. The U.S. is gearing up to impose significant new sanctions on Russia following the passing of Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny.
What I came to tell you was, I told you we'd be announcing sanctions on Russia. We'll have a major package announced on Friday.
President Biden says the sanctions aim to hold Russia responsible for Navalny's death and for its actions during the conflict in Ukraine. President Biden's brother James Biden will testify before lawmakers as part of the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president on Wednesday. James Biden is set to undergo a deposition with members of the House Oversight Committee. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right. Personally, never been on a steamboat cruise. Many years. The Delta Queen was based out of Cincinnati. Yeah, I got to go down and take a look at it. And over the years, on a number of occasions, they had what they called the tall stacks, when they'd bring in various steamboats from all over the country, and got to tour some of the boats, but never did an actual steamboat cruise or dinner. The days are waning. One of the famous American Queen. The American Queen, formerly American Queen Steamboat Company, has ceased all operations as of this past day, February 20. All future voyages have been canceled. This on the heels of several large travel agencies suspending sales of the company's cruises after repeated problems with getting their commission payments and customer service issues. Travel Market Report first heard reports of the closure on Facebook, then confirmed it by calling the main reservation numbers. When you call the main number, you get a message: American Queen Voyages has made the difficult decision to shut down, and all future cruises have been canceled. Guests and customers should expect to be fully refunded for canceled cruises. According to the email that went out to employees yesterday, American Queen Steamboat Operating Company, LLC, will cease all business and operations effective that day, February 20. This is expected to be a permanent action. Employees at various addresses in New Orleans, Clarkston, Washington, Vancouver, Washington, Fort Lauderdale have been affected, according to the email. The timing necessitated by unforeseen business circumstances and an inability to obtain sufficient capital at a commercially reasonable rate to continue operations, they said. So the American Queen, another famous steamboat, done. And now maybe somebody will buy it up, but who knows. Good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, listening audience, listening to us on all of our affiliates, both on the FM and AM side of the dial, and hello to everyone listening to the Steve Summers Show, sponsored by Hot Shot Secrets on the app, Facebook, Rumble, and praise God, Steve. Just glad to be on here with you, talking to you again, man, and it's been a tumultuous ride here lately, sir.
I'm telling you. I mean, so you spent the weekend in the hospital with the son. Did they have to take his appendix out?
Yes. Steve, that was emergency surgery. We went to the hospital on Friday because I was on day shift. They put me on days because I sent you an email. I believe someone said that you read it on the air, and I really appreciate that. I really do. Kind of update everyone what's going on. But yeah, I got home and Dane, Star Wars Dane, had been really, really sick. And he tested negative for COVID, tested negative for flu. We got to the hospital. They tested him for both that again. Swabbed his throat. He had pus pockets on his throat. He's tested negative for strips. We didn't know what was going on, but then he was, just sick, taking cold medicine, but it wasn't helping. Then he complained about his lower part of his abdomen hurting. And I knew right then, I'm like, oh, man, this is going to be appendicitis. So we got there, I took him to the hospital. His mother, Lady Rambler, she got off work. It's tax season and they're rocking and rolling, man. So she got off work, come up there, and sure enough, within 3 hours, they had doctor laying in, and they were wheeling him back for surgery.
Wow.
So and he stayed in the hospital because, come to find out, he went in having pneumonia. And we didn't know there was I don't even know if there's a test you can even buy to even see if you have pneumonia. But he's 17 years old, and that's what he had was pneumonia, and it was non-viral. So, and of course, when you go under anesthesia, anesthesiologist gives you anesthesia, you wake up, chances are you're going to get it even worse. And he got it even worse. So I tell you, man, I got hurt at work. That wasn't no fun, and having to hobble around the hospital with a bruised quad and a bruised glute. If you don't know what a glute is, that's your butt cheek. So I got that. I'm having to hobble around and can barely walk, and and it's just been one trial after another. But Steve, I got a scripture here I'm looking at right now, and I want to just read it to the listening audience. It's Psalms 119:105. And I want to explain this to you when I read this to you. Before I read this, my condolences to Eskimo Mom's family. Her Uncle Dennis was a veteran. He passed away. My condolences to them. Also, let's keep praying for Russell V. Miller and his wife, Gary Montgomery, the Dipsy driver. He's been having a struggle a time or two, him and his wife not being in good health, and Miss Millie and several others that are in a valley right now. But the Word of God says to me, Steve, in Psalms 119:105, it says, "Thy word," there's that word, "Thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path." Now, we all know what the word is. You go back to John chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God. The Word was God. And the Word was manifest and made flesh unto us to come and dwell here, which he did. God's children. God has called me to preach this gospel. I know he has. But make no bones about it. Just because I'm God's called preacher does not exempt me from being in a valley. The Lord forewarned me, Steve, He moved on my heart back in November that a trial was coming, that the valley was going to be deep and wide. But He assured me He's going to be right there with me. And there's a lot of people right now who I didn't name, who you would never, ever know, Steve, that are in a deep, dark valley, to which if they were to sit down and tell us, it would scare us half to death, and we would sit there and ask ourselves, how on God's glorious blue heaven are you still making it, and are you doing it? Steve, the only way that I know how to get through a valley, and I know you read the Bible verse I sent to you, though He slay me. See, Job didn't know what he was going. Here's the richest man of the time. The Warren Buffett, as you would say, or the Bill Gates at the time, in Job's day. During Job's period was the same time that Moses dwelt on the backside of the desert. So we get the book of Job, and I believe, and this is one preacher's opinion, that Moses, being highly educated in the house of Pharaoh, speaking different languages, able to speak not only Hebrew but Egyptian and a couple other languages, was able to go and interview this man because he knew how to read and write. And I believe that he interviewed Job, and Job told his story. And that's why we have the story of Job today. And I believe the Lord moved, as the book of Exodus 33 says, that God talked to Moses face to face as talking to a friend. That's why he was able to write down that even Satan in Job chapter 1 had to go up there, had to present himself to God and said, what are you doing up here? God said, what are you doing up here? He said, I'm in the earth going to and fro. And he is, Steve. The Bible describes the devil in John chapter 10, verse 10. The thief cometh to steal, kill, and to destroy. Peter describes him. The Holy Spirit through Peter says, he is like, he's not the lion, but like a roaring lion, seeking to whom he may devour. I'm no exception. I'm in sinful flesh, just like everyone on God's blue and green earth is in sinful flesh. There's no exception just because I'm a preacher. I go through a valley just like you go through a valley. Except I'm supposed to be an example to y'all. The man of God is supposed to be upright and know when he goes through a trial, it ain't something that I've done. It ain't something that you do. We go through trials, Steve, because we're in sinful flesh. But this scripture here, the word is a lamp unto my feet. And I'm telling you something, if you don't have the word, Jesus Christ, walking with you, talking with you, when you're in a valley, lighting your path, you're going to be lost as lost can get. Steve, when I was a kid, many, many years ago now, we took family vacations, and one of the places we went to was Ruby Falls. And I never will forget that we got in there in Ruby Falls, and we also went to Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, but we went to Ruby Falls, and I remember we heard the water pouring in from, I don't know how many feet away. Mm-hmm. But when we got there, they turned the lights off. Pitch black. Yeah, pitch black in there. Couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Then they played, the Ric Flair theme, the 2001 Space Odyssey theme, and the lights come on here, just beautiful waterfall.
Yep.
Steve, I think back to that, and I don't know if your family has ever taken a trip inside of a cave where they turn the lights off. You can't see nothing. It is pitch black. But they said, and this has always stuck with me, that one light of a candle, if you're in that pitch black darkness, you can see that light from about 10 miles away. So even though we may be going through a valley, and we may be in a dark place, if you have Jesus Christ, and look, this Sunday's message was about giving a morsel. You know, we talked about Elijah, the Tishbite, you know, after he was at the brook at Sharon, how God commanded the ravens to bring that man basically hamburgers. He gave him meat and flesh in the morning, meat and flesh in the evening, and he had a brook to drink out of. And when it was dried up, God had prepared a widow woman to feed him. And the word of God says that Elijah the Tishbite went down and found the widow woman, said, hey, gather up your sticks, go and make yourself a cake, but make me a cake first. You know, Steve, that woman obeyed what the man of God said. And the word of God says that the oil and the meal never ran out for 1 full year. We got to be giving God his morsel first. What is a morsel? That's your mustard seed of faith. God just wants a little bit of faith, even in the darkest place. And you may say to yourself, what kind of God would do this to a person? It's a God who loves someone. It's a God who loves us, Steve. Even when we're in sinful, decaying flesh, God still loves us. And God made us a promise that if you accept me, he says, I'll never leave you nor forsake you. That my word, Jesus Christ, will always be with you, no matter what. He is the lamp, and he always lights the path, whether you're on a beautiful sunlit road or you're in the deepest, darkest valley, whether you're going up the roughest side of the mountain or you're on top of the mountains. He's right there with you, never leaving you nor forsaking you. And listen, I've had my transmission go out in my Chevy Tahoe. It cost me $4,200 right there. My baby sister, the picture perfect of health, a health nut, got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And she's also a surgical tech too. Great young lady, good career. You know, I got hurt at work. It's a freak accident. My son got put in the hospital. My wife's heart is going bad. All these things, but you know what? I never have once lost faith. Though he slay me, yet will I trust him. And I tell you, I'll trust him to the very ends of the earth because I know he loves us. And he may be going through something tonight. I don't know what you're going through. You know, I don't know, but I know enough to know that I pray for you. I don't know your name, don't know what you look like, but I pray for you. I pray for everybody, and I love everybody. And just because I go through a rough time, don't stop me from getting behind God's sacred desk. And I said, unless I'm alive, if I'm alive, and if I'm breathing air, I'll be behind God's sacred desk, preaching the gospel. And that's a vow I made to the Lord. And it wasn't easy when your son's sick in the hospital. But you know what, Steve? That boy looked at me. Cause I was going to cancel church. I said, nah, I need to relieve your mother. And she needs to go home, take a nap, because I don't know about you, Steve. You ain't sleeping when you're in the hospital. Man, I feel sorry for anybody because I sure didn't sleep, hardly none. But that boy looked at me. He said, hey, you need to have church, Dad. My wife encouraged me, honey, go have church. Man, I got a lot of encouragement. The Lord just pushed me. Hey, I got a message for these children. You're the one that needs to be my mouthpiece to preach it. So praise God. But Steve, you want to get a word in edgewise? If you're trying to, if you ain't figured out why they call me Brother Rambler, I'm the rambling preacher. So you got something you want to add, brother?
We were getting the rest of the story. I knew you were going to share. I actually had a call before the show. Somebody had kind of missed what I shared the message you sent me last Friday, and was asking if everything was okay. People are concerned about you, brother.
Well, number one, I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I don't wanting to draw attention to me. You know, please don't feel sorry for me. I tell you this. I got Steve to read that email because I want to encourage you. You know, if my trials are an example, I want it to be an example to you that I hadn't lacked in my faith. Never will I lack in my faith. I even told myself, I looked my son in the eye, I said, boy, I love you. Even if God was to take you home, it would just destroy me. But I recall what Job went through, how all his children got killed in one day. And yet, he never cursed God with his lips. Even when his own wife said, curse God and die, he looked at her with oozing boils, shaved head, sitting in his underwear and ashes. He looked at her and said, you speak as a foolish woman. He said, what, we can't have the good and not take the bad? Guess what? There's a lot of mountaintop highs. And I can count my blessings. That's one of the songs we sang this Sunday, my raspy little voice trying to sing for the Lord, but I'll sing for him anyways. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your blessings, see what God has done. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your many blessings, see what God has done. I count my blessings, and I look at what God's done for me, and I look at what God's done for you, and just because this is a valley, you know, I tell this story not for you to feel sorry for me. I tell the story because the Word of God says, greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. And Jesus says, and if I be lifted up above men, I'll draw all men to me. And I want to lift up the name of Jesus. I want Jesus to glow through this trial. Not Perry McDaniel, not Brother Rambler, but Jesus. And I want you to know what he's bringing me through. So that will give you hope and know that there is a God whose name is Jesus Christ who loves you and will get you through it just like he will get me through it. So please don't feel sorry for me. Keep praying for me as I keep praying for you. Pray for my family as I pray for your family. And let's draw all the attention we can to Jesus Christ because he is the one that will get you through it. Look at heat wave. We prayed for the job. God blessed him with it. And that was a trial for that man and his wife. They really went through it. But he come out clean on the other side. And I'm telling you, just put your faith in Christ. Steve, I know it's getting close to time. And you got anything else you want to add, brother?
Hey, I'm good.
All right. And we're not going to make the trucking show this year. I've had to take a lot of time off and stuff like that. We're going to try, I said, a while back, about April of last year that I would try and make the truck show. That's not going to happen. And I'm sorry because I wanted to try and meet so many people and shake hands and give hugs and everything. But,
yeah.
You can always come on down. Steve, we're having a baptismal service between July and August in the port city of Mobile. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way, Brother Steve. Going to find an old creek or somewhere, and if we have to pay, we'll have to pay, but that's all right. We're going to go down, and we want you to come on down. If you're from out of state, if you've never been baptized or you want to be baptized, come on down, and we'll dunk you underwater. Make sure your heart's right with Jesus Christ before we do so, because we believe in salvation first, baptism second. Not baptism first. No, salvation first, baptism second. Come on down and be with us, and Mobile will give you more information. And don't forget about our Easter service, March 31st, 2024. That's Easter Sunday. Log on and be with us at Determined Ministries Church. And I love you, God's children. Thank you so much for praying for me and my family. And we love you. We're going to pray for you. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And Steve, God bless you. Thank you for being a friend. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye, everybody.
All right. Thank you for the update. I'm glad one trial at a time, right? One step at a time. You just got to take it day by day. Yeah, we all go through trials, tribulations. as you said, it's not all good times. There are bad times. There's peaks and there's valleys and points in between. But all right, somebody didn't have a good day in Michigan. It's like the third story in just a week's time about a house explosion relating to gas. Home in Ann Arbor destroyed this past day in a major explosion authorities say was caused by the ignition of at least one of two 20-pound propane tanks. I'm thinking 20-pound, that's pretty much your little standard gas grill tanks, right? That's you got out. This was being used for heat in the home. Now, I think we're going back to last winter. I was talking about being concerned about losing power, had an ice storm coming, and folks were leading me to, I think it was something, what's it called, Mr. Heater or something like that. Yeah, there's a bunch of these available that use those standard propane tanks to heat your home, indoor propane heaters. I guess that's the word, house explosion, the department wrote. One patient hospitalized, non-life-threatening injuries. Yeah, the fire was brought under control, but all right, news break time here. Close out another hour. Back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The U.S. is gearing up to impose significant new sanctions on Russia following the death of Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny.
I told you we'd be announcing sanctions on Russia. We'll have a major package announced on Friday.
President Biden says the sanctions aim to hold Russia responsible for Navalny's death and for its actions during the conflict in Ukraine. The United States is advocating for a temporary ceasefire in Gaza that includes the release of hostages held by Hamas. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller emphasized that an unconditional pause in fighting without the release of hostages only benefits Hamas. The U.S. recently vetoed a UN Security Council resolution introduced by Algeria calling for a ceasefire. President Biden's brother James will testify before lawmakers Wednesday as part of the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president. James Biden is set to undergo a deposition with members of the House Oversight Committee. The inquiry expected to center on two loans President Biden extended to his brother, along with other business transactions James Biden engaged in alongside his nephew Hunter, who's scheduled to testify on February 28th. Nikki Haley has pledged to remain in the 2024 presidential race, affirming her commitment during a campaign event in her home state Tuesday.
I'm willing to take the cuts, the bruises, and the name calling, because the only way you get to the blessing is by going through the pain.
Despite trailing former President Trump by a significant margin in polls leading up to Saturday's South Carolina primary, she has dismissed calls for her to withdraw from the race. California continues to be drenched by relentless rain as powerful Pacific storms sweep through the region. The downpours led to widespread flooding on roads and numerous mudslides. Santa Barbara and Ventura counties, situated along the coast, have borne the brunt of the rainfall, with accumulations ranging from 8 to 11 inches. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Two giants have merged in the credit world. We get the latest on the story from Corey Myers.
Capital One Financial buying Discover Financial Services for $35 billion, bringing together two of the nation's credit card companies, which largely is dominated by Visa and MasterCard. It is an all-stock transaction, and under those terms, Discover Financial shareholders will receive Capital One shares valued at nearly $140. It merges two companies whose customers are alike and looking for more. Americans who want cash back or travel rewards.
Disgraced and ousted former New York Representative George Santos is suing late-night host Jimmy Kimmel for deceiving him into creating cameo videos and then broadcasting them on his show. Santos cites breach of contract, copyright infringement, fraudulent inducement, and unjust enrichment. The College Football Playoff Board of Managers has approved a model for the new 12-team playoff, ensuring that the 5 highest-ranked conference champions will be part of the expanded playoff this fall. Initially, only Power 5 conference champions were to receive automatic bids. Taylor Swift's impact is evident in Lyft's financial success. According to Lyft CEO David Risher, the rideshare company experienced a notable increase in its bottom line due to the Taylor Swift Eras Tour. Traffic to and from stadiums and hotels surged by 25 to 60% whenever the pop star was in town. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Another hour. Here we go. Rolling into a Wednesday. Trust your week's going well. Big event. That's what they're calling it. Big event coming up a little over a month from now. That is the total solar eclipse on April the 8th. I knew it was kind of a big deal, but I had no idea it was that big of a deal. Yeah, they're talking about areas that are going to be in the path of totality around the country. A swath stretching from across the southeast to the Great Lakes. All areas in the path of totality. They're telling people in the big cities, be prepared for millions of people from not just this country, but all over the world. Travelers come in to be a witness to this. I pulled the story from space.com this past day, and we'll share the details. What to anticipate. Got that coming up here in hour number 3. Lone Ranger on board. Good morning, or I guess good evening for you still, right?
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I just had the Coyotes run through. There's a pack that runs through here every night, and what a racket they make. But you probably covered this, but I just saw a report. You were talking about cruise ships. They just launched that in the end of January. They launched that biggest ship ever made, the Icon of the Seas.
Yes.
Did you see the story on that?
I've seen several. But
unbelievable.
It's massive, yes.
The size of this thing, 20 decks. It holds 7,000 passengers. The gross weight loaded is 248,663 tons. You got to wonder how something that heavy even floats.
Right.
It took 3 years to build it, and it cost $1.65 billion to build this ship. And it immediately got booked for the whole year of 2024. The bookings were so quick and so massive that they had to open up bookings for 2025 and 2026. And they said the average ticket is about $1,800 to $2,000. I don't know where you go with that price, but that was the average. Sure, there's more and some less, but this thing is massive. It's got this huge dome on the top that wraps around. It's unbelievable. It's got its own amusement park. They had my favorite governor on the news again tonight, Kristi Noem. It's hard even paying attention to what she's saying.
Right.
If you're looking at her, you have to turn your head to listen to her. But they got on the topic of voter fraud, which is a big topic because of what happened in 2020. And she said what happened in 2020 was because the governors were allowed to handle the elections in each of their respective states the way they wanted to. There wasn't one standard for the whole country. And that's where some of the fraud came from. And she said the problem for 2024 is most of those same governors are still there. So she said Republicans better be on their toes and pay attention to what's going on. Now, I was trying to remember, there's 18 states that give illegals driver's licenses, and when they give you the driver's license, they have a motor voter thing where they register you to vote when you get your driver's license. They never said whether or not they asked them for a birth certificate. And I'm guessing that most of the illegals that had to swim across the Rio Grande probably don't have one with them.
Right.
So I registered to vote a long, long time ago, and I can't remember if I was ever asked for my birth certificate. I don't think I was, but, when I go to vote, I show them a photo ID, and where I vote, they check my signature with last year's signature and see if it matches, and that's the way you're supposed to vote. But there's probably polling places that don't do that. And as long as you have a picture ID, you probably can get to vote. I don't think they ask for any proof of citizenship. And again, I'm shooting from the hip here. I don't know whether or not they do, but the way the Democrats have been pushing for these motor voter laws in all the states, I'm guessing they probably don't. So that's going to be, voter fraud is going to be the number one issue for 2024. We all remember what happened in 2020. When we went to sleep at night, Trump was ahead, and when we woke up, Biden was ahead. So in the middle of the night, Biden got ahead somehow, and everybody was left scratching their head. So the Republicans really need to step it up on trying to avoid this, or they're going to lose again. And like I told you the other night, that guy in Atlantic City who was actually involved in the voter fraud, doing the ballot stuffing and ballot harvesting, he was going to nursing homes and paying people to vote. Guy's a real operator. Now, fortunately, as crooked as he might be, he switched parties to Republicans, so he might be the best guy to talk to try to avoid this, because he was actually a party to it. But anyway, this is such a critical election. This pretty much determines, these people coming from third world countries, we're literally turning into a third world country because of the mass of people coming in here with lower standards from these third world countries. And they're all, for the most part, young males. We heard about the families with children. That's a very small percentage. These commercials are starting to drive me nuts. They have another body odor cream now on the news. Different, I'm not going to say the name, but it's a one-syllable name.
Yeah.
And in the ad, they have a bunch of tubes lined up in the ad. Now, they're too small. I can't see what they say on them, but I'm guessing maybe they have one that says butt, one that says crotch, one that says armpit, one that says under boobs. In my entire life, and I lived in the fast lane for quite a few years, so I didn't waste any time. I never knew any female in my entire life who, when they detected some type of body odor, would smear cream on it. Never in my whole life did I ever hear that before. I wish somebody could call this program who uses this stuff and explain why they use it. Your body odor comes from fluids inside your body. And that's why you take a shower. You have to wash off whatever the fluid left on your body. And I can't imagine one person buying this product, but apparently somebody is.
I think it's
a
big seller. I mean, this stuff sells like hotcakes. Everybody, I guess a lot of people think they stink.
Well, even if they do, that's why you have a shower. That's why you have scented soap. Got Irish Spring and whatever, other ones. But I can't imagine, you go to pick up a girl for a date, right?
Yeah.
Comes to the door and she says, oh, wait a minute. I think my butt smells a little bit. Let me run in and get my cream. I'm putting that car in first gear, and I'm doing a burnout to get out of there. I don't even want to hear that. I don't want to hear her say that. But who does that? Who is the person that smears cream on a smelly butt or whatever else smells on her body? And when you're and the most popular one, she comes right out and says, "Oh, my gynecologist told me about this." That means he caught a whiff. If your gynecologist catches a whiff, you got to go get some Summer's Eve. You don't smear cream all over. Who does that? What type of a subhuman waterhead does something like that? Especially a female. Okay, we all stink once in a while. You get sweaty, you work, whatever. Who takes a massive who drops a deuce and then says, "Well, I didn't wipe too well. Let me get my tube of butt odor cream out and wipe it on there." You take a shower. That's why you take a shower every day. So anyway, the other commercial drive me nuts. These vegetable and fruit pills. Every 5 minutes, I got a commercial for this thing. Now they used to cost $90 a bottle. I just looked them up. They've about half price because there's a lot of ones you can buy, and I actually take them, but I don't take that product. I get them from Amazon. It's like $14 a month. They automatically send them to me, and they do work. Nobody eats the proper amount of vegetables and fruit, so that part of the ad is true. And I did notice a difference. Now I take 14 pills a day. 2 of them are prescription, 1 for blood pressure, 1 for cholesterol, but the rest of them are all supplements. And I've been doing that since 2011 when I had the heart attack. And believe me, it works. I feel better now than I ever did. So the tablets, they do work, but to pay $90 for them a month, that's crazy. I won't do that. Mine are $14 a month, but they do work. But these commercials, they have a guy. Now, I don't know who the marketing guy is. They have a commercial now for this product, the most popular one. I'm not going to say their name. If they want to advertise, they can pay for it. This guy is about 80 pounds overweight. He's got a huge pot belly. The photographer that shows him walking with his dog actually had to probably be on his knees to show this guy walking towards him. Otherwise, you wouldn't see his belt. He probably has to stand on a mirror to see his junk. But he comes on, he says, well, you know, I could not keep up with my dog unless I took these vegetable and fruit pills. I'm thinking, buddy, you're 80 pounds overweight. Did you ever think that maybe if you weren't a lard ass, you could keep up with the dog a little bit easier? But you would think they would at least put a healthier looking guy on the commercial. Here's this guy who obviously has an obesity problem, and he's thinking, how does taking vegetable pills and fruit pills help your obesity problem? You're carrying 80 more pounds than what you're supposed to with your frame the size it is. Mm-hmm. And when I had to lose 40 pounds, which is very difficult to do, it took me a year, the doctor told me very simple. He said, look, you got to lose 40 pounds if you want me to take you off this blood thinner. He said, you're walking around right now, 40 pounds overweight. He said, that's the equivalent of a normal person with normal weight with a 40-pound backpack on their back. You're exerting all this extra energy to move that weight.
Correct.
You know, it's like trying to move an 80,000-pound truck with a 238 Detroit diesel in it. It's going to take a long time to get going. So the commercial, I don't know who comes up with these commercials, but a lot of them just don't make any sense. I was watching an article. The black community in Chicago is literally livid over this mayor catering to these illegals. He's taken benefits away from the community and given it to these illegals, and they are literally up in arms. They're going to the city meetings, they're screaming and hollering at this guy. And the one black lady that stood up said something that I thought was really good. She said, the mayor, his name is Branson, I guess, she said, he is selling us out for people who can't vote for him. Now, she could be correct about that and could be incorrect depending on what kind of fraud's involved, but that's how you get a politician's attention, when you threaten them with not being able to get reelected or get elected. So that was the smartest lady at the meeting, in my opinion. What the heck was I going to say? I forgot something here. I always forget. Oh, the other night when I called in, we talked about Trump's policies. The immigration policy, the part that I left out, besides they had catch and release, but it was in Mexico. He made a deal with the president of Mexico, and they had 28,000 troops on Mexico's southern border that kept the people coming from Guatemala and Venezuela and all that into Mexico. And that's the other thing that I had forgotten about. So we had a combination of a border wall, Mexican troops. We had the asylum having to be applied for in their home country, and it was a system that worked. And how in the world there's one person left supporting this clown in the White House? Well, 86% of people say he shouldn't run, so I don't think he's even going to be the candidate. But that's just my opinion. But anyway, I guess that's about all I got. So talk to you later.
Good to hear from the Lone Ranger, checking in from Arizona this, Tuesday evening, almost Wednesday morning there. What time zone are they in? It is 844-844-3388. Back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, this guy gets the, what is it, Knuckle Buster says, the You Big Dummy, the You Big Dummy Award. So you got the boss's company credit card, right? Okay, you might spend a few bucks. I'm going to buy me a couple of lottery tickets. He'll never notice, right? That might have been the case. This guy, concrete trucker, who used the company card to buy $31,000 in lottery tickets. Now facing charges in Florida. Did you think the boss wouldn't notice? The 47-year-old Warren Alexander Johnson, arrested in Clearwater, Florida, after admitting to buying, he said, a couple $1,000s of scratch-off lottery tickets with a card given to him by his employer. According to the Fox 13 News, the owner of the All Phase Paving discovered thousands of dollars of unrecognized purchases on the card from September of 23. He contacted police. Now, only 3 people had access to cards tied to the company's bank account. Police quickly traced the charges back to Johnson. Johnson was found to have spent a total of $31,693 at multiple convenience stores. When the owner confronted him about the charges, he quickly admitted to the spending. An owner at one of the gas stations told police Johnson would drive in on a regular basis to purchase scratch-off tickets. Okay, they'll never notice. $31,000 worth. 5-7. Hey there, what's going on?
Oh, Bill fell asleep. Well, mill down at IP there, dumps are gone down, and PW, Port Wentworth, they're down for the week, so I had to take a short run. I'm sitting here waiting to load for in the morning. So really short day. I was watching TV, sipping my coffee, and Nikki Haley come on with one of her ads, of course, insulting Trump, said, making note that he run up the national debt. And I'm thinking, now wait a minute. Okay, yeah, he did, and I didn't like it when he did it, but at the same time, he got business, the middle class, working. And as I remember, towards the end of the 4 years, the debt was coming down because the income from all these businesses, oil, gas, steel, steel, steel for the steel wall, wall for the border, So you know, he wasn't spending all this money like Joe Biden does overseas. You know, $6 billion here, $6 billion there, going to Ukraine. He was, you know, he was reinvesting this money in America, that I could tell, and a lot of it was cutting taxes for so these people would be more apt to, you know, start their business, you know, come from overseas and restart their businesses here. So that's one of the games she's playing, you know, saying that he ran up the debt. But I just don't. You know, it just comes to my mind. The man, if he ran up the debt, he ran it up to reinvest, to help build our military, which is necessity, and he didn't go out and spend it out. So yeah, and I do remember that he said debt wasn't all that bad, as long as you get the country working, everybody's paying in their taxes, and that will bring it down.
So
I guess that's what he was.
Where is Nikki getting all this money to continue buying these ads? And I mean, even though she gets trounced in South Carolina here in a few days, she's going to continue on to Super Tuesday and trying to make it sound. Where is she still getting? Who is the sucker that's giving her money?
Ask Kari Lake. Those wealthy, important people back east. So. And I'd say for sure probably George Soros.
Okay.
This is going to be interesting. I don't see how you just yank Biden out of there and set somebody in when you've got an elected vice president. So it will be interesting what the Democrats are going to do. But obviously, I don't know. I caught the news just before I left the house to Shisha James, or whatever her name's, in New York.
Yes.
Is moving to you getting ready for the story. I won't let it out.
Oh, no, she's looking to seize Trump's property. Seize his property in New York. That's, yes. We hadn't touched on that yet, but we will.
USA News Update. The United States is advocating for a temporary ceasefire in Gaza that includes the release of hostages held by Hamas. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller emphasized that an unconditional pause in fighting without the release of hostages only benefits Hamas. The U.S. is gearing up to impose significant new sanctions on Russia following the passing of Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny.
What I came to tell you was, I told you we'd be announcing sanctions on Russia. We'll have a major package announced on Friday.
President Biden says the sanctions aim to hold Russia responsible for Navalny's death and for its actions during the conflict in Ukraine. President Biden's brother James Biden will testify before lawmakers as part of the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president on Wednesday. James Biden is set to undergo a deposition with members of the House Oversight Committee. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you much, and welcome back. So if I'm looking at the maps, our home 20, Southwest Ohio, is literally just a handful of miles, just minutes away from being in the outermost edges of the path of totality for the solar eclipse coming up on April the 8th. According to Space.com, the total solar eclipse will traverse North America from Mexico to Canada via the United States. Now, of course, we had another one just, less than 7 years ago. But this one, they say, is longer in duration, has a wider path of totality, and occurs over close to many major cities. It'll also happen in a part of the world where millions of people have either experienced or heard eyewitness accounts of how spectacular totality is. The potential is millions of visitors to flock to the path of totality, defying predictions. Complicating matters will be the uncertain weather prospects, which are more likely to mean a cloudy sky in the month of April versus the previous eclipse, which was August of that year. Will that put people off or maybe just add to traffic in the hours before the eclipse? A massive influx of visitors into rural areas will cause major issues, clogging highways, parking lots. You need to prepare accordingly to avoid what we're calling the eclipse jam. How to avoid getting stuck on April the 8th. Number one, if you're lucky enough to live inside the path of totality, there's a great argument to just stay home and watch it from the backyard. Most of the globe-trotting eclipse chasers would give their right eye for such a chance. However, it's likely with the fact that unless you live on the center line, you won't experience totality as long as you would if you drive to another location. Resist that temptation. Relax and stay home. Even if you're close to the path's edge, you'll experience totality for a minute or two. Now, for context, the last total solar eclipse occurred in Australia and Indonesia of April of last year. That lasted for between 58 seconds and 1 minute, 16 seconds. Put it this way, if you stay in your backyard and get 1 or 2 minutes, that'll be a peak life experience. You'll never forget it. Let's see. The best way to beat the traffic is to not join it. If you arrive at the location in the path of totality on the day before and book a couple of nights accommodation, you could leave on the 9th and not experience the madness on the roads. If you're lucky enough to live in the path, but you're hosting friends and family for the eclipse, encourage them to stay over on the 8th instead of setting in traffic after the eclipse. Now, stay put after totality. All the buildup, then suddenly it's all over, and everybody leaves. A total solar eclipse is the climax of the event. But either side of the partial solar eclipse, lasting about 80 minutes totality, sure, the moment of totality may have passed, but stay where you are. Watch the entire event go into reverse after totality. Put it this way, you can either watch the partial eclipse or you can sit in traffic with so many people heading home. There's no way you're going to beat the traffic by leaving seconds after totality. That said, if you're going to wait around, you may as well do so at least a few hours. Now, they do say use the real-time traffic reports, whether you leave right after totality or a few hours later. Use a navigation app on your smartphone. You can even let it dictate when you leave. Now, in the Google Maps app, press the layers button in the top right. Choose the traffic option in the map details section. It'll guide you home the quickest way, which is likely going to avoid all the major highways. Even though when heading home, be sure to have plenty of water and snacks in your vehicle, just in case you get stuck. I mean, they're anticipating massive traffic jams on all the major interstates headed in and out of where the path of totality is going to be. Again, coming up on April the 8th. Well, okay. Well, there is Knucklebuster. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Let's get the important news out of the way first. 137-mile marker at I-40 West in New Mexico. We know it's not a heat wave if he broke down in Phoenix as an Estes driver was playing kamikaze truck driver. He was going eastbound on the westbound side to get in your right-hand lane there.
Oh, boy.
Yep. I don't know if he had a heart condition or something. They had him over there trapped in the middle lane there, so ain't no telling, right? Mm-hmm. Brother Rambler, I hope you're still listening. Keep on preaching, brother. Lone Ranger, there's only one way to lose weight. That's no sugar, no white bread, no white flour, no white pasta. Can you go without sugar for 30 days, Steve?
I would say no.
It'd be kind of hard to do, but, I mean, you can go minimum amount of sugar in the food that you eat there. Guy by the name of Gary Brecka, he recommends that if you want a snack, get you a yogurt. I read that I didn't get to read it yet, but it's on Fox News. The largest ever COVID vaccine study links a shot to a small increase in heart and brain conditions. And I've already told you what the three major causes of death are. That's a heart attack, stroke, that's just lack of oxygen to the brain, and then medical negligence there, right? But speaking of that eclipse there, they sold this flight completely out, Steve. A Delta flight to view the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
It'll travel from Austin to Detroit, and you'll fly right in the middle of that eclipse there. So, I mean, I ain't wasting that much money. I care less. And I'm gonna say this real softly, Steve, but I agree with Hillary Clinton there.
What?
I don't know if you, she says we have a long struggle ahead of us, and the obvious point to make about Donald Trump is take him seriously, literally seriously. He means what he says, people. So, isn't that integrity, Steve? You say what you mean and mean what you say.
And do what you say.
Yeah. Well, this is a quote from a man on TikTok, Steve. All the world's powerful governments can't solve homeless and starvation crisis, but they can change the Earth's temperatures only if you'll pay more taxes, Steve. And I saw where Christy Brinkley stripped down to her bra as she celebrates her 70th birthday, Steve.
Okay.
She still looks pretty good, the 70-year-old there.
Oh, yeah?
And this is from the Babylon. Yeah, this is from the Babylon Bee. Study shows 10 out of 10 babies prefer female boobs. And I do too, Steve.
Likelihood, if they're going to get some, if they're going to get anything to eat, that's what they're going to need.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, you know, it was supposed to be what stays in Vegas, or what you do in Vegas stays in Vegas, but it's not now because on Fox News they got a Vegas horror story website there where you can, if you went to that ball game over there, well, they called it the Super Bowl, but I call it, well, I don't know what, I can't say that on the air there anyway. This guy by the name of David Hookstead at Outkick.com. If you've got a whole story over that Super Bowl, send it to him. He'll print it up. That's all my bull on it for this go around. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll talk at you later.
All right. Thank you much. Good to hear from you, Mr. Knucklebuster. So, yeah, Nikki Haley. I believe the speculation most have is several of our callers have said her hope is Trump will either find himself in jail, something happens to him, but she wants to be the last one standing to step in. Despite she's more than 25 points behind in her home state. She held a press conference this past day saying she is not bowing out even after South Carolina. She says, quote, some of you, perhaps a few of you in the media, came here today to see if I'm dropping out of the race. She was at Clemson University, Greenville, South Carolina. Well, I'm not. She told the Associated Press she's going to be staying in the race regardless of results in South Carolina's primary. Why would I drop out when only at that point 4 states have voted? 10 days after South Carolina, another 20 states vote. I mean, this isn't Russia, she says. So she pinning her hopes now on Super Tuesday. The South Carolina primary coming up Saturday. The Real Clear Politics polling average shows Haley at 36.5% support versus Trump's 61.8%. Speaking in Greenville, Nikki said the political elite, the party bosses, the cheerleaders in the commentator world are calling for her to quit since she hasn't won any primaries and her path to victory is, she used the word slim. I would say nil. Look, I get it. In politics, the herd mentality is enormously strong. A lot of Republican politicians have surrendered to it. The pressure on them was way too much. They didn't want to be left out of the club. Of course, many of the same politicians who now publicly embrace Trump privately dread him. They know what a disaster he's been and will continue to be for our party. They're just too afraid to say it out loud. Well, I'm not afraid to say the hard truths out loud. I feel no need to kiss the ring. I have no fear of Trump's retribution. I'm not looking for anything from him. Haley's critics say her continued presence in the presidential race hurts Republicans because we're not getting money, she told the Associated Press. But Trump, she said, is using campaign money to defend himself in court cases. Nikki, that's not true. She went on to say, instead of asking me what states I'm going to win, why don't we ask how he's going to win a general election after spending a full year in the courtroom? Nikki just refuses to face the reality that exists. But, all right, as long as somebody's willing to fork over those millions and millions, those campaign ads running on television, these blitzes, and I will presume she's going to be blitzing the Super Tuesday states coming up here, starting after South Carolina. Somebody's forking over millions of dollars. You might as well be, what was the old term, urinating in the wind, if you know what I mean.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, let's get back to the phones here at 844-844-3388. I shared those couple of stories of the illegals attacking officers, which the trend is being in New York City. Now you add Chicago in. You know, some of these, Trump took all kinds of hell for calling some of these people bad hombres. That's what's coming into our country. And Eagle wanted to follow up on that.
Yeah. I didn't get to that in my call, Steve, but I was talking about other things, NASCAR deal and the other thing. Yeah, Steve, that video that you're talking about, I seen that video today, man. It's ridiculous what these people did to the NY Police Department, New York City Police Department. Luckily, somebody didn't get shot. If one of those officers could have easily pulled out his gun and shot somebody, or one of those terrorists, because that's what they are, they could have easily took his gun. Let me make something real clear right quick, Steve, because I said this a couple of months ago, and apparently people didn't listen very closely. Everybody that's coming to this country ain't looking for no damn job. A lot of these people are coming here looking for a handout. A lot of these people are coming here for other reasons, and they're not good reasons. everybody that these people talking about, well, you should feel bad for these people. Like I told you before, there's not very many families that you see walking across that border, Steve. There's a lot of individual men coming in and with no babies, no kids, and nothing. These people are coming here for a different reason. And they need to, Joe Biden, if he had any kind of gut or if he even cared about America, Steve, it's bad enough he allowed them in. He could at least put this stipulation on these people that if you commit a crime while you're in the United States illegally, that's immediately deportation out of this damn country. It makes no sense for these guys to be attacking these police officers. I don't know if they literally had to carry this guy out, Steve, this video. I don't know if you've seen it, the one you was talking about, the one in Chicago or New York. 5 police officers literally had to pick this guy up off the ground and carry him out, one on each arm and the other 2 on the back legs to get this man out of this detention center that he was at. Meanwhile, as they're trying to carry this man out of this place, like you said, they're throwing backpacks at him, cups, bottles, drinks. They throwing options at these police officers as they're trying to do their job. And like I said before, I don't know if Pappy's listening tonight. I'd like for him to chime in since he's an officer. But this is uncalled for, Steve. It's just a matter of time. Luckily, that officer that got attacked by those losers a couple of weeks ago wasn't killed. It's just a matter of time before one of these imposters kill a police officer in New York. These people are out of control. And then when you see a DA letting these guys back out on the street, the same guy that had the same 7 guys that beat up that police officer, they was back on the street the next day, Steve. Yep. It makes no sense that Bragg guy, that DEA, he ought to be ashamed. The only reason he came on the news after it went down because he took so much heat. But no, I got news for you, Bragg. You're the one who put him back out on the street, and he needs to be out of a job, Steve, because it wouldn't surprise me if that same guy that they had to literally carry out of that place, it wouldn't surprise me if he's on the street right now of New York City looking to commit more crimes. I'll repeat myself one more time, what I told you a couple of months ago, another thing I told you, Steve. We got enough criminals in America without importing more of them in. Yep. We are literally bringing in more criminals to this damn country. We already got enough criminals. We don't need to bring in more. I remember a couple of months ago you talked about the deal in Venezuela. A lot of people thought you was joking about that when they said they emptied out their jails. Well, you see it now. Them same people that you see on your television set right now attacking police officers, guess what? That same guy was in a Venezuelan jail a couple of months ago, and you already know that, Steve. Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of himself. This crime is unnecessary, and New York City, Chicago, and other cities around America are going to face the consequences of this when people start losing their lives. And it's just totally unnecessary. This does not have to happen. And as far as the terrorist attack goes, Steve, it's going to happen, brother. Just like these punks are attacking cops. These people are showing their true colors. Like that guy said a couple of weeks ago, that other terrorist that they let, I don't know what happened to him. He said, you don't know who I am, but you will soon know who I am. And he wasn't lying. So all those terrorists right now, they just waiting for a phone call from somebody in their organization to tell them to wreak havoc on the United States. And all these people that say that these people are just looking for a better life, you'll find out if when they're looking for a better life, when something real bad happened in America, and you'll wish you'd had to listen to a person like me and Steve. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
You know, I think the more you look at what's unfolding before us, where the witnessing these several years ago, would you ever have thought we're actually going to literally have a border that's open? Essentially, what our Border Patrol is doing is just, I guess, signing some paperwork and giving these people a court date or whatever. Actually, not even a court date. It's just a phone number to call to set up a court date, which right now they're 8 to 10 years out in the court dates. Yeah, there is nothing. Yeah, virtually nothing shut down. The numbers, the millions. And we know there are drug cartel members. Yeah, the drugs are coming in with them. And we know there are terrorists. There's bad people. And can you see, based on the path we are on, how many years have we talked about the cartels in Mexico and the violence? I mean, the shootouts that take place literally in the streets in the middle of broad daylight. Yeah, cartel members hanging people from street lights and telephone poles. Yeah, the things of that nature that have been happening down there I almost feel that we are on a path of we're going to begin seeing this sort of cartel violence begin to take place in the streets of our country if something isn't done to shut it down. All right, got about a minute before news break. We'll get back to your calls. Who we got on board? Let's see. I believe, well, we got several. I can't, yeah. The screener's not doing a good job. Auto screen fail. One says deal. I think that might be Gilligan. Vic may be on the line as well. We'll find out here in our next hour. But at the same time, the Democrats, masters at combining irrationality and arrogance, complemented by a deliberately poor memory. Let's enter Barbara Lee, the Democrat that's running to replace Dianne Feinstein in the U.S. Senate seat in California. On Monday, in a debate that included two other Democrats, Katie Porter and Bug-Eyed Adam Schiff, you know, the Russia fame guy, and Steve Garvey, the Republican and former Major League Baseball star, Lee was espousing her utter nonsense. She cited a report that was conducted by the United Way to justify her demand that the U.S. government mandate businesses pay their employees a minimum wage of, are you ready? $50 per hour. $50 an hour. We'll give you more on that next hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden is on the West Coast raising money in Los Angeles ahead of the 2024 election, in which he's seeking a second term. As he left the White House on Tuesday, the president was asked by a reporter who he would rather face in the general election, former President Donald Trump or former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Oh, I don't care.
This as the president says there's more sanctions coming against Russia after the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
I told you we'd be announcing sanctions on Russia. We'll have a major package announced on Friday.
U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Linda Greenfield defends the United States' decision to veto a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. She spoke outside a meeting of the UN Security General.
We're on the ground 24/7. No one else is putting their people out there. No one else is putting skin and boots on the ground to find a solution to this situation, and we'll keep working on that every single day.
Earlier this month, senators were unable to agree on a nearly $118 billion package that would have boosted border security and provided wartime aid for Israel, Gaza, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz joins Fox Business and explains why he was a no vote.
That bill would have put into law, it would have codified Joe Biden's open borders. It would have put into law and codified catch and release, which is what has caused this crisis.
Police in Kansas City are announcing charges in the Super Bowl parade shooting. Jackson County prosecutor Gene Parker Baker saying 2 adults in the shooting have been charged with murder. 1 person died in the shooting and 22 others were hurt. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Louisiana Republican Governor Jeff Landry has declared a state of emergency due to a police shortage in his state, and he's now pushing for state legislators to reinstate tough-on-crime policies. He joins Fox News and says his state is in a crisis.
We have had more children last year in New Orleans being murdered than in past decades. And so we are in a crisis, and we know that the one thing that does work is when you get police officers and boots on the ground.
Nikki Haley is pledging to remain in the 2024 presidential race, affirming her commitment during a campaign event in her home state.
I'm willing to take the cuts, the bruises, and the name-calling, because the only way you get to the blessing is by going through the pain.
Despite trailing former President Trump by a significant margin in polls leading up to Saturday's South Carolina primary, she has dismissed many calls for her to withdraw from the race. In Baltimore, Maryland, multiple police officers are facing indictments in 3 separate cases. Baltimore State's Attorney Ivan Bates going over the indictments in a press conference on Tuesday.
We have secured indictments against 5 law enforcement officers in 3 separate cases, with offenses ranging from assault, reckless endangerment, excessive force, theft, serious traffic violations, and misconduct in office.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation durability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, here we go. Welcome into a Wednesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Week number 2 of our Facebook contest, where you could win a Big Rig Duo pack. What's a Big Rig Duo? That's 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shift Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. We're talking $200 value. It's this simple. Just log into Facebook, follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and comment Hot Shot Secret. You can enter each week. This is week number 2. Contest ends March 8th of 2024. Every winner receives, again, a Big Rig Duo. It is that simple. That is up and running on our Facebook page, The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, right now. Okay, back to the phones. I believe Gilligan, is that correct?
Yeah, you got Gilligan. Unfortunately for you, I guess.
Good morning.
Steve, I tell you, good morning. I hope you're I sound like you're feeling a lot better, and I'm glad to hear it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I heard Rambler on there earlier. Glad he's doing better, and glad his son is at least sounding like he's doing a little better. I had some scary things, appendicitis. I had a friend that they said it was on the verge of bursting, and if it had burst, he might have not made it.
Right.
Good friend, one of my oldest friends in trucking. Actually, is my oldest friend in trucking. I've known the man well over 20 years. We drove for the same company years ago and have stayed in contact all this time. That's nothing to mess with, appendicitis. I'm going to touch on this deal with Nikki Haley. Now, this is exactly why so many of us absolutely respect Trump. She's here like he is attacking the party. He worries more. He don't worry about what the party is. He worries about himself and less about the party. No, he cares about the American people. He cares about the American working people. He don't care about the party. The party is the problem. We've got too many politicians in Washington now that are just party, me. That's the problem. The good old boys and good old girls club. I mean, it's amazing that why she can't see that, but maybe she does and just thinks it sounds good. Mm-hmm. I don't understand. A lot of Americans have had enough of this. What does that party have to do with it? I mean, I know we've been a two-party system for many years. It's been many years since somebody actually had a decent run for president as a third party. I don't know whether the last one was, but I know I've read that Teddy Roosevelt did, the Bull Moose Party, and actually stood pretty well, and that was like 1912 or something like that. I mean, never in my lifetime has anybody really made a run at the presidency as anything but a Republican or a Democrat. I mean, Trump's talked about starting his own party. Yeah, the sad part is that's not going to go nowhere because there's too many people. Well, I always vote Republican or I always vote Democrat. They don't look at what the people stand for, or they don't look at what the people are doing. Now, Joe Manchin, a great example. I know many people, die-hard Republicans, that'll vote for Joe Manchin because he talks a good talk. I got news for you. Come time to vote, he will stab you in the back every time. Fortunately, he's He's no longer running. He's not up. He's not going to win for another set term.
Right.
I'm a big backer of Jim Justice. Jim Justice has done a lot for the state of West Virginia. I'm a firm believer in what Jim Justice stands for. In some ways, he does remind me of Trump. I mean, he's not a cookie cutter like Trump, but you know what I mean. He has got a lot in common with him. Another thing I want to touch on, you've been talking about the Daytona 500. And Eagle brought this up about Earnhardt's death there in 2021. I was a long-time Terry Labonte fan. Now, those of you that go back to the 80s and 90s, no, Terry wasn't considered Dale Earnhardt's biggest rival, but Dale Earnhardt to Terry was his biggest rival. That started their rookie year. They both come out in 1979. I mean, they beat on each other when Terry had good cars. There was a few years there he didn't have very good equipment, and he didn't run up front. But many of us remember the 95 Bristol race, the Goodies 500. Earnhardt spun him, and he ended up driving the car into the turn one wall after crossing the finish line sideways to win. I mean, I'm as big a non-Earnhardt fan as there is. I never liked the man. I never liked his driving style. But, yes, it was a very, very sad day in racing when Earnhardt got killed at Daytona. I mean, I've never liked restrictor plate racing because of the big pileups. I'd rather watch a race like Michigan. Now, I've seen drivers lose their car 2 or 3 times in the same turn and never hit the wall. People say, well, there ain't that much excitement. I don't know. To me, coming 4 and 5 wide out of turn 4 for the win at Michigan, and I've witnessed this several times, not at the track, granted, on TV, but to me, that's exciting. There's room there to run. Now, I'll probably get some lip over that one, but that's the way I feel. I know people like the demolition derbies, like at Martinsville, which I go by about every night that I work. Yep. And another thing on that 95 race, a lot of Earnhardt fans don't like to remember was after Earnhardt put Terry in the wall in 95 at Bristol, 2 weeks later, Earnhardt, after the race interviewed, he said, I was going into 3. Next thing I know, I'm in the wall, and I look under me, and there with that 5 car underneath me. And I knew right then I had that one coming. So, there's Terry getting back every once in a while. Terry was not an aggressive driver, but, Texas Terry Labonte was my driver back in the day. All right. Well, Steve, I need to introduce our latest product. I'm a delayed introduction of one product. I am introducing a product specially for Captain Ron. We're going to introduce the GMA&B Enterprises Croc, personally autographed by me. He's wanting Crocs. Well, I'll sign them for him and send them to him. For an incredible low price of $19.95, you can get 1 pair of Crocs. But guess what? For an incredible low price of $49.95, you can get 2 pairs of Crocs. That's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. Just remember our motto here at GMA&B Enterprises, brought to you by the late great father, the West Virginia Werewolf. We will cheat you, treat you right. I hope everybody has a safe night. Bye.
There you go, Gilligan. Thank you. I guess he is correct. Joe Manchin, I guess he announced last Friday, officially, that he is not going to run for president. There had been that buzz about him doing the No Names Party, whatever. I guess he was speaking at West Virginia University. He oftentimes bucked the Democrat leadership. He had considered a run for presidency. Said he thought would be probably pretty clear by March if there is any sort of a path for a third-party candidate this year, which obviously, I believe, unlike Nikki Haley, who refuses to see that there's not a pathway for her, there was no path for him. So not running for re-election as well in 24 for his Senate seat. That is a heavily Republican state. That's expected to be a prime pickup opportunity for maybe a Republican Senate seat. We will find out. It is 844-844-3388. I don't like snakes. I don't like itty-bitty snakes, and I really don't like big snakes. But in the real world, this is something straight out of the likes of the Anaconda movie, recall. The world's largest snake has been spotted, actually got it on film, lurking in the depths of the Amazon rainforest, just like the movies. The beast is a whopping 440 pounds, 26 feet long, with a head the size of a human. The northern green anaconda was found by the TV wildlife presenter Professor Freek Vonk in remote Brazil. This colossal snake is far bigger than the previous biggest known species, the reticulated python, which averages 20 feet 5 inches long. Before now, only one species of green anaconda, also called the giant anaconda, has been recognized in the Amazon. The northern green anaconda was published in a study in the scientific journal Diversity on February 16. A Dutch biologist, Professor Vonk, was filmed swimming next to the enormous anaconda. He said that one, 26 feet long, 440 pounds. He explained, together with 14 other scientists from 9 countries, we discovered that the largest snake species in the world, the green anaconda. Now, we all know from the movies and the stories about giant snakes, there's actually 2 different species. The green anacondas found in the north of their range in South America, including Venezuela, French Guiana, appear to belong to a completely different species. Although they look almost identical at first glance, the genetic difference between the two is 5.5%. And believe it or not, that is actually huge. To put that in perspective, humans and chimpanzees are only genetically different from each other by 2%, they say. We've given the new species the Latin name, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, the northern green anaconda, or great snake. You can see in the video the biggest anaconda I've ever seen, as thick as an automobile tire, head as big as my human head. All right. The survival, they say, of these iconic great snakes is inextricably linked to protecting their natural habitat, which I would say I don't want to be anywhere near their natural habitat. I'll stay out of the Amazon. But yeah, looking at the video, that's actually in the scuba diving equipment. They got it on film. Straight out of the movies, folks. All right, get back to your calls ahead here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I caught Lone Ranger earlier, fantasizing, as he typically does, about Kristi Noem. Yeah, South Dakota. She's a pretty one, right? Yes, indeed. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, she was announcing she's going to be deploying National Guard troops to Texas to help Governor Abbott deal with what she described as the war zone at the southern border. The border is a war zone, so we're sending soldiers, says Noem. These soldiers' primary mission will be the construction of a wall to stem the flow of illegals, the drug cartels, and human trafficking into the United States. Now, she's actually on the list. She's considered maybe a candidate to be Trump's running mate. She said 60 National Guard troops will be sent to Texas on a rolling basis over a 3-month period. More details not available in the news release due to security considerations. But last month, Kristi and South Dakota legislature held a joint session in response to Texas' effort to secure the border, which states they alone, the Biden administration, says they have sole authority of the border security. Of course, the Supreme Court ruled last month Border Patrol agents could cut down the razor wire put up by the Texas National Guard. Then there were the calls by Democrats for Biden to federalize the Texas National Guard. Our troops have been hampered by federal restriction when they've been deployed to the border in the past, says Noem. I don't want South Dakota soldiers to facilitate an invasion. I want them to stand up and stop it. So we're talking to Texas about what rules of engagement can look like to make sure that happens. This is the 5th time in 2.5 years that Kristi is sending National Guardsmen to assist Texas. Republican governors from Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Nebraska, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia also have sent National Guard troops to Texas, and Idaho has twice sent teams of state police troopers to the southern border. Last Thursday, Republican Louisiana Governor Greg Landry said he will be deploying National Guard troops to Texas. Meanwhile, the state of Alaska here, the Republican Governor Mike Dunleavy said a few days ago he's ready to shell out $1 million a month to send National Guard soldiers to the southern border to help Texas. Now, he said, we'll test the waters with the legislature to see if they're willing to fund that. I wouldn't mind helping Texas with their issue on the border. Now, he was speaking to the Alaska Beacon last Thursday. Dunleavy and the Attorney General have issued statements in support of the Texas position. Let's see. The governor's remarks followed the announcement. The Federal National Guard Bureau has asked the Alaska National Guard to prepare for the deployment of 20 soldiers, a couple of helicopters to support Customs and Border Protection on the southern border. If Alaska National Guard soldiers were to deploy to Texas at their request, that would be under Dunleavy's authority, and Alaska would pay the bill, he said. He also pushed back on speculation over a possible armed conflict among soldiers deployed from these individual states. There's some nonsense that by doing that you're setting up a Confederate army against the Union, or that you're setting up a flashpoint between Americans. That is not the case. That's not something I would want, and I know Governor Abbott, that's not something he would want. But everybody just planning to play on one another. See if it's, is that Vic, I believe, here on a Wednesday morning.
Yeah, that's me. Did you look into that link or click on that link that I sent you about Florida and their taxes and everything? The reason I was asking was when I clicked it on today, it was trying to get you to subscribe to Fortune magazine, which was kind of odd. And the other thing is that the computer I was on, it's in that new S mode. Nobody's supposed to be able to put an app on there, but it went, somehow they got an app on there and said it had an access to all my data. So I had to cancel that app, and I was hoping it didn't mess up any of your stuff. And then it also, I'd registered my wife down at the truck show. Not that she'll go, but I just did it just in case. But anyway, then it said that they had denied her registration because her press credentials, they couldn't verify them. And it's like, well, I didn't know I'd tried to register as press, and I called them. Anyway, kind of explained the situation. And I don't think that, well, I have a niece by marriage that used to be one of the press witnesses there at the federal prison in Terre Haute whenever they killed somebody. And I said, I don't think she has the personality to handle that. And I think she was there for Timothy McVeigh, and then there was another one or something. But yeah, it kind of affected her a little bit. She doesn't do that anymore. And then I have a niece that, I should say my grandniece. She has technical. She took a course here in Indiana for technical writing and everything. So I don't know. I didn't know either one of those, but I finally got all that stuff straightened out by tonight. And so I was. You mentioned something about your call screener was messing up there. And so that's why I was curious about that.
I pretty much got the same thing as you. When I clicked on the link, it's like so many, more and more publications are wanting you to, pay $1 a month or an annual subscription. When I clicked on the Fortune, at first the story popped up initially, but then that link pops up wanting you to subscribe to read the story, but that didn't screw anything up on my computer, no.
Okay. Well, I was able to read the whole thing there last night, and it went through a Newsweek app. And so, anyway, but to get on to what I was really calling about was all these different lawsuits that's going on, and you mentioned about that Letitia James was going to seize Trump's property.
That was
I don't know where
hold that thought, because that was her announcement this past day. She's ready to start seizing properties in New York. First, we get a news break.
USA News Update. Nikki Haley has pledged to remain in the 2024 presidential race, affirming her commitment during a campaign event in her home state.
I'm willing to take the cuts, the bruises, and the name calling, because the only way you get to the blessing is by going through the pain.
Despite trailing former President Trump by a significant margin in polls leading up to Saturday's South Carolina primary, she has dismissed calls for her to withdraw from the race. President Biden's brother James will testify before lawmakers as part of the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president on Wednesday. James Biden is set to undergo a deposition with members of the House Oversight Committee. The College Football Playoff Board of Managers has approved a model for the new 12-team playoff, ensuring that the 5 highest-ranked conference champions will be part of the expanded playoffs this fall. Initially, only Power 5 conference champions were to receive automatic bids. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, where we leave off there, Letitia James. Yeah, the wonderful, such a lovely woman. I think Dan was right last evening. He used that female dog word. Yeah, New York Attorney General Letitia James said she will seek to have former President Trump's buildings seized by a judge if he's unable or unwilling to pay the $363 million fine. Trump, his sons, and the Trump Organization have, as we know, ordered to pay last Friday. Letitia filed the civil lawsuit, told ABC News that she's confident the ruling will stand in the appeal by the Trumps. If he doesn't have the funds to pay off the judgment, we will seek judgment enforcement mechanisms in court. We will ask the judge to seize his assets. So at the end of the day, how he pays for the judgment is really not my business. At the end of the day, he's responsible and liable for $363 million plus $100 million in interest. She also addressed the contention from Trump and his defenders that the ruling is unjust because there were no victims involved, which is true. She says, quote, financial frauds are not victimless crimes. He engaged in this massive amount of fraud. It wasn't just a simple mistake, a slight oversight. The variations are wildly exaggerated, and the extent of the fraud was staggering, she argues. If average New Yorkers went into a bank and submitted false documents, the government would throw the book at them. The same should be true for the former presidents. She used that plurally. The former president, of course, has lashed out at the New York State Supreme Court judge and at Letitia and accused them of participating in a witch hunt. Yeah, we know all that. He called James a slob and accused them of conspiring with the White House. James says we are prepared to make sure that judgment is paid to New Yorkers. I don't know. I guess they need a couple $100 million more to house the illegals and feed them there in New York, right? Because we're giving out $1,000 a month EBT cards for illegal families now in New York. All right, welcome back, Vic.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned the EBT cards. I was walking through a store someplace, and they had the lottery tickets on sale, and said we accept EBT cards for lottery tickets. That's like, say what? How did that happen? But back to the deal with Letitia James and all she's saying. I understood that Trump had posted the surety bond was $400 million, and once he posted that surety bond, the state of New York will get their money. It's just that simple, because that's what the insurance company has said that they're going to do. So I don't know how she believes that she has the right to seize any of his property, because he's made arrangements to make sure it is paid. So that's going to be quite a stretch in legality there. And also, there's a matter of something called the Fourth Amendment. You can't just go in and seize somebody's property when you're in the middle of a lawsuit or for any purpose. So I don't know where that woman's coming from, other than she's part of this whole get Trump. Well, I was trying to think of a word that would express it. I mean, I know it's a debacle, but the first thing that came to mind was really a coven of witches where they all get in a circle and, do their thing. And so in Springfield, Illinois, I don't know if you've heard about that famous coven of witches or not. So, but that's kind of getting off in the weeds there. But, and the other lawsuit is with this E. Jean Carroll, and that's supposed to be a defamation lawsuit, but I thought she was some sort of a writer or a public person or something. And if you're in that type of if you're a public person, you have different rules, and I don't know how Trump could defend himself against that one anyway, because she couldn't say when the incident actually happened, So, Trump might not have even been in the country or whatever. She couldn't come up with any evidence whatsoever. I don't know. She was supposed to have been buying something that day. Maybe she go back and look at what she was supposed to have bought and all the time she visited that store. That might give her an idea. And then Trump said something else about her, and she said he was going to sue him again. So then they're supposed to have a criminal case someplace, and then deal down there in Georgia. And, of course, there in Georgia, I think that Fannie Willis, I think that Jim Jordan said that he was going to look and see if they'd spent any federal money, trying to get Trump on that.
Mm-hmm.
So the gist of it is there's an awful lot of people working in the gray zone. So my big question is there has to be some sort of coordination somewhere, and they have to feel like they're going to get away with it some way, somehow. And that's the sad state of the, well, I guess they call it the injustice system anymore. And and the reason Trump's saying that it stands for other people, and this thing is going to get bigger and bigger, not against Trump, but just against ordinary people. And that's like, you heard me mention cooperatives a lot, and I really didn't explain why the difference was in cooperatives. When Trump was president, he restored the cooperative tax status. Like, whenever you get your dividends from a stock company, a regular stock company, it's after taxes. And so the company's already paid taxes on it, and then you have to turn around and pay taxes on your dividends. In a cooperative, if they distribute all of their shares or their profits or whatever, and they distribute it to the individual, or they reinvest it, they don't have to pay any taxes on that. Just the individual has to pay it on their income taxes. And whenever, I think when Barack Obama was in office, somehow they got that changed. And because some of the big agribusiness companies, they were upset that cooperatives, they said, had an unfair advantage. And the reason I mention that is, who knows, this Letitia James or somebody else in another state, they might look at a proper cooperative and say, well, you're really not a cooperative. And then say you have to go back and make up all these taxes, or you committed fraud or something else of that nature. And my wife was saying tonight there's some mayor over in Illinois that's shaking down different people, and one of them was a trucking company. And if they didn't vote for her or give her money for her campaign, that she would somehow try to, put them out of business or move against them in some fashion. So when you look at where all this stuff is going, it's somebody somewhere has decided to create a lot of illegality in this country. And you were mentioning about attacking police officers. I know your son's one, and I don't know, different ones are. And I have to wonder, are these illegals hoping that they can say that the police used excessive force or something of that nature? Are they checking out jurisdictions where they'd have a prosecutor where they could get a big judgment against the city or the police force or something? So by and large, it's just when I look at all this stuff that's going on, I just have to believe that Trump is kind of the what I want to say, what they call it. Trump's the center of gravity of this one, but there's an awful lot of stuff going on the edges in different people in this country. And that's why I believe that regardless of what happens with Trump, there's a lot of small people being affected in small ways. And I don't believe that Nikki Haley, and whether it's the military-industrial complex or whoever keeps pouring money into it, I don't believe that the results will be as they wish it would be. There will probably be a lot of people that basically I've always supported Trump anyway, but there are a lot of people that are on the edge that would probably think twice about it. And I would have to say a large percentage of people in this country have been, either they or their family or somebody they knew have been they have been wrongly treated by the court. And just to give you another real quick personal thing was when I was at the farm show, I ran across a guy trying to sell a $380,000 baler, big square bales, and it was in where I've been a district conservationist. And we got to talking, and he was talking about all these subdivisions being built and retention ponds. And he said when the EPA inspected the retention pond and it didn't pass, they blamed the dairy farmers in the area. And actually, the people that had moved in and moved into the farming community wound up having less rights than the people that were living in these subdivisions and putting chemicals on their lawns and everything, and they were the ones that were having the excessive runoff. But and he was commenting about that they wound up, a lot of the dairy farmers wound up having some problems, and they had to change their lifestyle and everything because the EPA blamed them, but the chemicals they were finding in the retention pond weren't ones they were using. So that's just one real quick example, and you could probably think of a whole lot of others there. So the long story short is we're way, way short from what this country is supposed to function like. I don't know if the Supreme Court's going to step in or not, but somewhere along the line, they're going to have to, because Biden and his group and the current Attorney General, I think he's still mad about the fact, this Garland guy, he's still mad about the fact that he didn't make it to the Supreme Court. But all of this, I just have to say illegality by the justice system is working to benefit Trump. And the other thing, too, back to Nikki Haley there, they were talking about this Ronna McDaniel stepping down as the Republican chairman. And I forgot who the other person they mentioned, but they said Trump suggested that Laura Trump be the co-chair. And so that would probably really set all these people off if that came to pass, if Laura Trump wound up being the co-chair of the Republican Party.
That was his suggestion, and I think that was solely because, as we know, looking forward, if he garners the nomination for the Republican Party, which in all likelihood he will, if he were to make it into the first time around, he trusted way too many. He surrounded himself with individuals he thought that he could trust, many of whom turned around and literally stabbed him in the back, did their best to bring him down. He's looking ahead to how do we surround with people we know we can actually trust. And I guess he says, I think I can trust my daughter-in-law. So that was his suggestion, which immediately, yes, many jumped on the bandwagon saying he's trying to create like a dynasty or a dictatorship. He wants his family to be in total control. It's like, however you can twist it. Hey, it's a Wednesday, hump day. Hot Shot Secret Live comes your way, 3 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. That would be Hot Shot Secret Live from the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page and or the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. You can join in live, ask questions via the discussion, and they'll answer. Today's topic, this afternoon's topic, is for new diesel owners. Have you recently bought a diesel pickup or a diesel big truck? What new diesel owners need to know? What should you know? And I bet there's a lot of things you might not be aware of. So tune it in, 3 o'clock this afternoon, Hot Shot Secret Live.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, about 9 before the hour. What have we got? Steve, I believe, in Columbus, chiming in this early morning. And you are correct. We're just about halfway through the work week. Hey, you start looking forward to the weekend, right? Hey, they say we're looking at a beautiful day, nice day here in central Ohio. I suppose it's time to head into town and get it started. Maybe we'll find something good in the trash today. You never know, right? One man's junk is another man's treasure. So they say. What's going on, Pappy?
What day is it?
Hump day.
Hey, did Horse Feathers call in and officially announce what day it is?
We got that taken care of in hour number 1, yes.
All right, well, I ain't had too much of a chance to listen too much tonight, Steve, but hey, listen, man, I brought up that interview that Tucker did with that guy about talking about the CIA involvement and overturning elections in other countries and doing it here in our country. Steve, after your show was over, I listened to the Bongino show, listened to his podcast before I fell asleep. Listen, everybody needs to take 2 hours out of their day to listen to Tucker's and then go listen to Bongino's podcast on Monday the 19th. See, they lay it out, how these people and what they are doing and how corrupt. And I mean, we all know this, but it's hard for me to explain. You just got to listen to it, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it, you know, with everything I even talk about and pretty much know, man, I was like blown away. What these people are doing, what they're up to, what they have done, what they're going to do when it comes to these elections, how they are controlling the media with this disinformation bullcrap, how they form these committees like the integrity election Steve, they name these things that are the complete opposite of what they're accomplishing. But anyway, I strongly and highly recommend everybody listen to them. Hey, Horse Feathers called. He told me something about, I guess there was 4 or 5 Baltimore, Maryland officers getting arrested.
Yes.
Listen, Steve, here's the bottom line, too, is these people are literally trying to bring this country down, and one way is to demoralize the police out here. You do anything wrong against these criminals, we're going to arrest you. And then when we don't have any police out here and we can't get anybody wanting to be a police officer, by God, if you're a citizen and you try to defend yourself, we're going to arrest you too. We are on a downward slope that is just unbelievable. I don't know, man. And then they want Trump to come up with
Nearly $400+ million, yeah. Cash.
You know what, Steve? Elon Musk don't even have $400 million in cash laying around. And for them to say, hey, we want our $400 million, we want it right now.
Right.
They know better. They know what they're doing. We know what they're doing. They're in charge. We're not. And each day goes by, it's getting harder to stop. And I said it before, but not to keep bringing Bongino up, because he is a major voice in this new Republican conservative highway we got going here. But for the first time, I heard Bongino said, dude, if we don't get our hands on this election, if we lose the House, the Senate, the presidency, first time I heard him say that I don't think this country can be saved. A lot of things that the media doing too. Russia, Russia, Russia. That's all we're hearing now is Russia, Russia, Russia.
Yes.
False flags. Be mindful of these false flags. I think there was some news media throwing some stuff out about China. Word around Washington is that dude, they're going to try to pull another Russiagate or Chinagate on Trump. And that's what they're doing. They're trying to prepare everybody for, we tried telling you.
Well,
we tried telling you.
Anyone with a lick of common sense, who would China want to be president, Donald Trump or Joe Biden? Who would Russia want to be president, Biden or Trump? Anyone with a lick of common sense knows they love what's going on with Joe Biden. None of them want Donald Trump to be in charge. All right, we got to pause there, though. We close out another hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
California continues to get drenched by atmospheric river storms. This week, Governor Gavin Newsom is activating the state's Emergency Operations Center. Cal OES spokesman Brian Ferguson.
Along the central coast and down into Los Angeles County, we're worried about flash flooding and land movement, and that's largely associated with the ground being just so saturated with water from the series of storms.
There should also be a major snow melt in the coming days from the series of storms. Without a final agreement on key foreign aid or a deal to fund the government longer term, Congress is entering a 2-week recess. Lawmakers are slated to return to Capitol Hill February 28th, just 2 days before the March 1st deadline, to fund certain government agencies, while the rest must be funded by March 8th. Congress also leaves while it's in the middle of working out the details of competing multi-billion-dollar foreign aid proposals out of the House and Senate. Police in East Texas are offering more details since an officer-involved shooting that involved a teenager who brandished a gun at his school. The teen carried the gun into Pioneer Technology and Arts Academy, a charter school in Mesquite, just east of Dallas.
Officers responded and attempted to negotiate with the subject. During the process of negotiating, an officer-involved shooting occurred.
Mesquite Police Sergeant Curtis Phillips says the student with the gun was wounded. There were no other injuries reported. The jury continues deliberations in the civil corruption trial involving Wayne LaPierre, the former CEO of the National Rifle Association. The trial's happening in a New York City courtroom. LaPierre is charged for allegedly misusing donated funds to the NRA. His attorney is calling the trial a political witch hunt. A man arrested for setting fire to a church in North Providence, Rhode Island. This happened on Thursday. 35-year-old Kevin Colantonio is facing charges after setting several fires around the exterior of the Shiloh Gospel Temple early February 11th. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
2 women are dead after flames tore through a senior housing complex in New York City.
They didn't have a chance. They didn't have a chance.
Resident Nebia Cipriano, who says the victims were neighbors who looked out for each other. Initial indications from the local fire marshal's office on Long Island, fire was accidental in nature. In Minnesota, flags are flying at half-staff to pay tribute to 2 police officers and a paramedic who lost their lives while responding to a domestic abuse call in a Minneapolis suburb early Sunday. Authorities have confirmed the death of the suspect during the shooting. Respiratory illness is up in half the states in the U.S. As we work our way out of the winter season, 25 states are still seeing high or very high levels of respiratory virus activity. That's according to the CDC. Leave it to Adam Sandler to forget why he's at the People's Choice Awards.
Adam Sandler accepted the People's Icon Award at the 2024 People's Choice Awards, joking that he mistakenly thought his agent said he was getting the People magazine's Sexiest Man Alive Award.
I am trying to be gracious, People magazine, but I have to admit 3 words keep popping into my head right now. About freaking time. For decades, Adam Sandler has been waiting patiently on the sexy bench.
At the end, though, he got as serious as Sandler can get and thanked his entire family, people who work with him, and of course, all the fans.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, would you looky there? Final hour. Here we go. Hump Day. Now, I know Pappy's wrapping up his work day, so he's probably ready to get out of the car and go into the home 20. But we left off. Anyone in their right mind? You're talking about here comes another Russian collusion delusion. Like I guess that's all the Democrats can come up with for Trump. Before I get back to that, let me take you to last weekend. The big word was they had the big sneaker fest in Philadelphia, right? Trump introduced the gold Trump sneakers, $400 a pair. Then there were also some red, white, and blue $200 a pair sneakers. The one guy that was there, they were auctioning off a guaranteed autographed pair of Trump sneakers, and his bid was $9,000, the winning bid. He wanted a pair of autographed Trump sneakers. Now, all of a sudden, this guy is, he's a Russian oligarch. He's a Russian. Various publications and online critics leaned on the narrative. His last name is Scharf, S-H-A-R-F, that he's a Russian businessman with an unhealthy affinity for Trump. The Daily Mail ran an article entitled MAGA Mania. Russian oligarch buys pair of autographed Trump sneakers for $9,000 at auction, while others list limited edition kicks for $45,000 on eBay. The New York Post recirculated an article from the Australian publication news.com.au, emphasizing in the body and the title that Scharf is a Russian CEO. Various social media users with significant followings insinuating that the sneaker game presented an opportunity for Trump and Moscow to collude. Olga Lockman, the senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis and co-host of the Kremlin File podcast, writes, quote, "How shocking. A shady Russian watch dealer paid $9,000 for Trump's gaudy sneakers. I can't figure if this is going to be a new way to move money or just plain stupidity." Well, Scharf said, let me set the record straight here, and he posted the video. So, I bought a pair of sneakers, and apparently they made me a Russian oligarch overnight. Guys, I'm a sneakerhead. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, and yes, I am a Republican. Referencing directly the Daily Mail headline, he says, I actually came from Ukraine. At the time, it was part of the Soviet Union. I came here at the age of 13 as a refugee. My dad had $4 in his pocket. I busted my ass working every dirty job under the sun to get where I am today in order to be able to afford to buy this $9,000 pair of collectible sneakers. He also singled out Lautman's remarks, claiming not only that is he from Ukraine, but that his organization has allegedly helped raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for the beleaguered nation since being invaded by Russia. I'm not a Russian oligarch. He acknowledged his apparent Ukrainian origin, and his immigrant story would not get as many clicks as a headline of Russian oligarch. Anyway, after shaking off threats of a boycott on the account of his purchase, he said, there's not a mean tweet in the world, there's not an IG post, there's not a news article that's going to stop me from being who I am, and that is a true patriot of this country. You want to hate me for wanting this country to be great again? Go ahead and judge the sneakerhead. But no matter what, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. He tossed that in for good measure. He bought the Trump sneakers. He's a Russian. Hey, we're colluding. Trump's colluding with Russia. You can't make this stuff up, Pappy.
You know what else you can't make up, Steve? You know what they would do? They would literally open up an investigation on Trump, make up some bull crap, go spy on him, go wiretap everything he's got, trump up some Trump charges on him, and literally try to charge him with something criminal. If they got to make it up, they don't care. They would literally take a story like that and try to turn that around, lie, make up some stuff, anything to get him arrested again. Well, that's how crazy, and that's one of the things they talked about. I told you with that Tucker interview in Bongino, they talk how they even use the media. The media just slurps it up like thirsty dogs and will spew out anything the FBI leaks to them intentionally because that's what they want that narrative to be.
Well, back to the question
crazy.
We left off with the question there before the news break. I mean, all this insanity about China wanting Trump to be president, Russia, Vladimir Putin wanting Trump. Where in the hell does that come from? Donald Trump immediately slapped sanctions all over China and the imported goods when he became president. And the media all said, oh, he's going to destroy this country. He's going to destroy everything. These sanctions are not going to, and the sanctions, by God, worked. Vladimir Putin, if Trump became president tomorrow, he said he's going to end this whole debacle with Russia, Ukraine. Do you think Vladimir Putin wants Trump to be president, or he can keep on doing what he does with Joe Biden?
It's just a typical media, Steve, throwing things out like that because you're far left liberal. They're stupid. They will suck up anything the media tells them and think it's true. And man, I think that Tucker interview with Putin really got to him, man, because they come out swinging, man. What is this now? There was a lady arrested in Russia, supposedly donated some money to the military or something, and they arrested her, and now they're calling Putin, it's just, I think she was a Russian, she had dual citizenship. Did you hear that story?
I hadn't heard this one, but I mean, has anybody suggested any possibility that, somehow covertly that the CIA may have poisoned Navalny? Because, I mean, they apparently, our intelligence community knows factually that he was poisoned by Vladimir Putin. It's amazing how they know all that, isn't it?
Yeah, Steve. I mean, believe nothing you hear and half of what you see.
Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah,
within
that's
a
the
matter
problem.
of
You know-
within a matter of days of the Tucker interview, which we talked about, and I think our sentiment, what we were left kind of feeling after that interview, I think a lot of people felt the same way. So Navalny has to die. Russia is implementing a nuclear satellite weapon in space that's going to threaten the entire. I mean, all these things happened. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Putin was interviewed by Tucker.
And what's funny, well, it's not funny, but if you have any kind of intelligence to you at all, you can see what they're doing. But not the far whacked out leftists, you know, that really truly want their kids to go to elementary school and have some drag queen lunch hour, you know, dance in front of them. It's just, man, we need somebody, I don't know, maybe like God, to reach down, put his hand on this earth, flip it upside down, shake it like a dog needs to shake all the fleas off of them, and clean this mess up. And that's what it just might take that to have to happen. I need to get off here. You held me over long enough. What a dedicated caller, too, to sit in his driveway and talk to you for another 20 minutes.
Thank you. I know. Yes, it's quitting time.
But listen, Steve, they've been talking about, I don't know if your listeners been hearing any of this. I mean, we've talked about it a little bit. But they were talking about Hollywood, even during the Super Bowl. All these references to Satan and evil and demonic stuff.
Yeah.
And it's conspiracy theories, Steve. Man, I'm telling you, whoever that little friend was of
Ice Spice, I think, is there. I don't know who the hell Ice Spice is, but the upside down cross. And yes, she clearly throws out the devil horn symbols. I mean, and it's all on television.
Steve, I mean, they, you know, they're not trying to hide it. And, I mean, we all heard these crazy, crazy stories about these globalist elite that like to drink blood of dead children. You know, you had, what's her name? Tag on it. Famous actress. Her and Billy Bob Thornton. Angela Jolie.
Angelina. You had the blood hanging around their
that
necks.
Was what, 15,
yeah.
15, 20 years ago, they were talking about drinking each other's blood, and they had a little locklet around each other's neck with each other's blood in it.
Yep.
All right, my man. I appreciate it, Steve. Got the next 2 nights off. Keep back and relax. Listen to you. Get some laundry done. Try to do the simple life, right?
There you go. Get away from it
all
for
Steve,
a few days. Thanks, Pappy. Do appreciate you. Got it. Real quick, because I meant to get to that last hour, which would have to be an undoubtedly like a dumbass of the week nominee. This representative of California, she's running for. I mean, she could actually become the sitting senator, replacing Dianne Feinstein. If you thought Feinstein was bad, let's put this chick in charge, or in a seat in the Senate. She cites a report from the United Way to justify her demand that the UN, let's bump the minimum wage in this country to $50 per hour. Where do you think prices are going to go? She says, quote, in the Bay Area, I believe it was the United Way that came out with a report very recently. $127,000 income for a family of 4 is barely enough to get by. Well, whose fault is that? Hey, it's California. Who's got the outrageous taxes? Who's got the... She goes on, another survey recently, $104,000 for a family of one, barely enough to get by because of the affordability crisis. Just do the math, she argued. We assume her math is, if you multiply $50 an hour times 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, that's $104,000 per year. See, we all do the math. But that's not the answer. The cost of living in California, that's the problem. It's not the rest of the country's problem. In trying to justify forcing employers to compensate employees for an unsustainable atmosphere that was created by these ignorant liberals, and it's blatantly stupid. Yeah, these folks have a love affair with regulations, this red tape to dictate how people live their lives. The other two Democrats on the stage only demonstrated their idiocy, just not the same extent in this case. They both supported the minimum wage jump to $20 to $25 per hour. Steve Garvey, the only Republican at the debate, tried to take the other three by the hand and lead them back to reality. Steve, at the debate, he said, explaining that the marketplace is not made up of individual vacuums, and that when you alter one aspect, it forces changes everywhere. If you look at what California has done to fast food franchises right now, increasing the minimum wage to $20 an hour, then what's going to happen? That's going to increase cost for the hardworking Californians to go to a franchise. Instead of a Big Mac for $9, it's a Big Mac for $15. This is all reality. It's exactly what's happening in California right now. Whack job, ultra-liberal Gavin Newsom signs a law into bill forcing the fast food chains to raise their minimum wage to $20 per hour effective April 1 of this year, and it's not an April Fool's joke. Now that has already led. The inevitable is happening. Pizza Hut operators responded to the law by announcing plans to eliminate their delivery driver workforce. That's 1,000 to 1,300 employees out of a job. McDonald's and Chipotle announced plans to offset the cost of this by raising their menu prices. What's the cost of your Big Mac meal going to be come April 1 in California? Chipotle's chief financial officer talked about it on an earnings call. We anticipate wage inflation will tick up to the mid-single-digit range as California wages go up around 20% in April this year. We know we're going to have to take something as a significant increase when you talk about a 20% increase in wages. Ted Cruz kind of laughed at Barbara's suggestion on social media Tuesday, said, well, why not? Let's make it $500 an hour. What the hell?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you say? We'll get to Scarecrow is on board, I believe. Who is that? Maybe is that Pastor Steve? I believe. Coming up following the news break, because that's just a couple minutes away. Just enough time to share an industry headline. The final rule from the Department of Labor regarding worker classification has cleared the White House Office of Management and Budget. Expected to be published in the Federal Register in the coming weeks. According to the OMB website, the review was completed as of Tuesday, January 2nd. However, the contents of the final rule won't be known until it's published in the Federal Register. This would be a proposal to rescind a Trump-era rule that focused on two core factors, being control and profit. This is all about the final rule about, are you an employee or are you an independent contractor? The Department of Labor's proposal would return to what they call the totality of the circumstances analysis, in which several economic reality factors would be considered. The department believes this proposal, if finalized, will provide more consistent guidance to employers as they determine whether workers are economically dependent on the employer for work or are in business for themselves. According to the regulations.gov website, the worker classification proposal, when this was put out, this was like back in October of 22, this thing garnered more than 50,000 comments. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, representing the small business truckers, told the Department of Labor that a successful worker classification rule in trucking would allow truly independent owner-operators to maintain their business model while also protecting drivers from predatory carriers. We have long advocated for a classification structure that offers truckers the opportunity for true independence to operate their own small business while protecting them against carriers that seek to take advantage of them through misclassification. Lastly, any final rule must ensure independent owner-operators can continue to use a business model that has benefited truckers for decades, as well as ensure that drivers are protected from misclassification. We oppose any overly broad, unnecessarily restrictive approach to worker classification, which would be, example one, California's Assembly Bill number 5, which makes it nearly impossible for a leased-on owner-operator to be considered an independent contractor in that state. So we'll see where that goes. Hopefully they don't take the California model and make it the national norm. Meanwhile, the news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Nikki Haley has pledged to remain in the 2024 presidential race, affirming her commitment during a campaign event in her home state.
I'm willing to take the cuts, the bruises, and the name-calling, because the only way you get to the blessing is by going through the pain.
Despite trailing former President Trump by a significant margin in polls leading up to Saturday's South Carolina primary, she has dismissed calls for her to withdraw from the race. President Biden's brother James will testify before lawmakers as part of the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into the president on Wednesday. James Biden is set to undergo a deposition with members of the House Oversight Committee. The College Football Playoff Board of Managers has approved a model for the new 12-team playoff, ensuring that the 5 highest-ranked conference champions will be part of the expanded playoffs this fall. Initially, only Power 5 conference champions were to receive automatic bids. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, Semper Fi to Phil in Fort Wayne. Truckin' Phil, that is. Happy Hump Day, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Look at those temperatures. Going up to 59 today at Fort Wayne. 56 for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Wow. Keep it coming, he says. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back again. Semper Fi. There you go. All right, so yeah, a little touch of spring coming on. Enjoy that. I don't think I had mentioned, what do we got? Yeah, I've got Scarecrow's on board. I'm not sure. Did you even attempt to dial our number last evening or not, Scarecrow? Because we had busy lines much of the night.
No, last night, Steve. No, I did not. It just wasn't going to work out. I knew when it was busy that we'd run out of program before I made it on board. So,
well, I wanted to share. I think when I spoke to you briefly, like after the program, because I checked in with. We set a record last night. It was just it's unusual. On so many occasions, I'll say, "Hey, we got clear lines. Like the lines are wide open." We had busy lines almost the entire night. All the lines were full, and it keeps track of how many people get a busy signal. There were a total of 276 busy signals for Tuesday morning's program. Now, obviously, that might be one individual who dialed us up and kept trying to call and call, but 276 busy signals. That was a first.
You know, I was a bit hesitant to even dial up, this morning now. Vic was on board when I dialed in, and I thought, well, I'm probably going to get a busy signal, but I think Pappy, came right up after him. So, no, it did surprise me that I come on board, given what you explained happened last night.
We're much. I mean, it's not been nearly as busy. I think we've had a total of four busy signals tonight. So, what a difference a day can make.
Well, I'm a little hesitant and almost a little bit, guilt-ridden about not having something serious delay on the program here after Pappy. He's always got real real warm stories these days. Thank you, bud. One thing I am curious, Rambler, if you're listening, Steve, did he ever mention what year that Tahoe is that he has a transmission problem with? Twice now I've heard it come up, and I'm really curious.
If he did, I do not recall, but he got it. He did mention this morning that it cost him $4,200 to get fixed.
Yeah. I put a HVAC control motor in that old Honda yesterday afternoon. I bought a used one off of eBay. I felt I bit the bullet spending $45 on that to keep up and running, but. It's just a curiosity, Steve, because the older, GM vehicles, and this started in '84 with the 700 transmissions, and the problems continued with the 4L60s. And I know my '99 Suburban and the 2000 Blazer both had that transmission. I don't know how long GM kept those going, but and that was a case GM knew there was the problem with it, but it was easier just to let them fail than they would make it through the warranty period, and that was it. And it was a very common issue. But so either way, Rambler. And lend a little more info on that when you.
He said
you get the opportunity.
Tahoe is a 2015.
2015. Okay, I'll have to research that a little bit then, but just a curiosity at this, time anyway. Oh, let's see, where else was it going to go? You mentioned that the American Cruise Lines, was it that they're shutting down completely, Steve?
Yeah, the old paddle boat, the steamboat, yes.
Yeah, that is truly surprising at minimum, and the fact that it's going to impact tourism in the upper Mississippi Valley significantly. They have, it's the American Queen, the Delta Queen, and the Mississippi Queen. They got, three big paddle wheelers, and they create quite the image, when they are out on the water and such. And they work pretty hard through the years to keep them code compliant, for hauling passengers.
Mm-hmm.
Given that at least one of them was an all wood structure. In fact, I think it took governmental legislation, to grant them, a waiver. Now, whether these are still all the original boats or whatnot, I can't say that. But no, that's certainly going to alter, the summertime. Probably about 8 months out of the year, tourism.
I'm not sure which. I don't know which boats were where, but I mean, you had one New Orleans, had one in Clarkston, Washington, one in Vancouver, Washington, and who was in the Fort Lauderdale area? Do you know?
I have no idea. But what I do see coming now, I'm willing to bet that Gilligan's wheels are turning right now.
No.
He's got that African queen getting there that he's rejuvenating and such. If you remember from a couple of years back, I can see him putting in a bid for probably about the 2026, 2027 overnight drive cruise there.
Oh boy!
Oh, you can imagine some of the cabin specials. The 2 for the price of 3 specials that he'll offer up. And if he wasn't thinking about it prior to my call, I bet he's thinking about it now. So, what else? Okay, not Gilligan. I'm sorry. Horse feathers. Steve, earlier in the week, if not last week, he mentioned that super bright object that he saw or witnessed just before he called in.
Yes, lighting up the sky. Yes.
Did anybody hear any more about that?
You know what? I searched a couple times that night, and I hadn't thought about it since, but I bet I could find something, or by this point in time, I bet there's something on the internet.
Well, yeah, as significant as it sounded, you'd think that'd have been all over the news wires and such, but I guess my concern, if he's kind of a magnet for those type of objects, you were talking about that satellite that's going to be coming down. He can maybe be napping if he wants, but I think he'd be best to keep one eye to the sky there if that thing's going to come anywhere close to that house of his. He may be the first one to know, And then under the kind of the fun fact portion here, Steve, I'm talking with Stewie this last weekend there, and he brought up a story that he just come across now. I don't know when the government would have released the information on it, but this dates back to the 1950s when we were hot into developing the atomic bomb and such, and Los Alamos was the big test bed at that time. There's other test areas around the country, but they, the Pocket Protector Slide Rule Group, they're experimenting with underground explosions, setting them off underground. Well, they had it was said to be a 500-foot deep snow well. They had drilled or developed anyway. Well, they set the bomb off down there. Well, all it wound up being was a several 100-foot radioactive Roman candle for the most part. Clouds all over the place and such. So they followed that up. They welded a 2,000-pound metal cap on this well casing, and they knew darn well. It's not like more like kids that playing with fireworks, but they set that off, Steve, and the high-speed cameras, they caught one frame of that lid that they had welded on.
Mm-hmm.
For all the rest of the film, they only showed up in one frame rather. Now they run the numbers on that. That equated to about 41 miles per second. That lid was being launched. Now, Steve, you run the numbers on an hour's time. That's like nearly 150,000 miles an hour that lid disappeared, and it sounded like it probably did disappear too, because as Stewie said, it would have burnt up. When we think about an object falling to Earth and burning up, well, it most likely burnt up on its way going upwards. So, but either way, it's funny how at that time in the 50s, that would have been about as top secret as anything that come out of the government development, and yet today, it's just as generic as it gets and all. But I did a search, early before the program, and it's amazing the number of atomic bombs that we set off just experimenting and testing, and through the 50s and early 60s and such. So either way, there's your casual trivia, for the day. You can take that home to the dinner table, and when mom and dad ask what you learned in school today, you got to share. Okay, there's the rest of the story. There's the rest of the story, but I'll save that for tomorrow, if that's okay.
Yeah, it won't be Casual Friday just yet, but we'll be one step closer. It will be Friday Eve. All right. Okay. For the riverboat aficionados, I mean, these were not cheap cruises. I mean, some of these steamboat cruises cost more than a damn Carnival or Royal Caribbean cruise. I mean, riverboat cruises. The American Queen, the largest steamboat ever built. A gracious, elegant triumph of American ingenuity, the flagship paddle wheeler. Any traveler who chooses to cruise on this iconic riverboat will soon find her steady heartbeats to the rhythm of music that resounds within her walls. So this is all the company that has pretty much yesterday ceased operations. All cruises that have been booked are canceled. If you've already paid for a cruise, you'll get a refund, they're saying. But that's the American Queen. The other vessels in their fleet included the American Countess. I'm not sure where they actually sailed. That's another that's a big paddle wheeler. That's number 2. Number 3 was the American Duchess. Let's see. Making cruises on the Mississippi River, a cherished American tradition for more than 2 centuries. Exquisite dining, beautiful decks, successional amenities. And it's like all suites. And lastly, final ship in the fleet there was the American Empress, proudly serving as the largest overnight riverboat west of the Mississippi River. The American Empress cruises the Columbia and Snake Rivers. Let's see, boasting a vast collection of some of the most intricate artifacts, artwork of native Alaska, Russia, the Gold Rush. In and around Portland, Oregon, the corridors of our Columbia and Snake River cruise boat hold nearly as much beauty and intrigue as the dramatic scenery unfolding on the river outside. Yeah, these were some beautiful vessels, though. The old steamboats, but they're done. As of yesterday, like I said, somebody may step in and buy this up. Not sure what's been going on, but it started, if you missed the story earlier, it started with many of the major travel agencies around the country, I guess, who take the reservations, book the people's cruises, and they wait on their commission to come back. And they haven't been getting commissions, and they were getting complaints from people that they had booked on some of these cruises, complaints from customers about whatever. So they stopped making reservations for this particular company. And yesterday, surprisingly, no one saw it coming, they ceased all operations, all cruises canceled. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, what do we have here? Looks like they do already, for people that had cruises already booked through American Queen Voyages, they've got a portal set up, a website. And I clicked on the link, and it takes you to American Queen Voyages Customer Claims Portal. So, yeah, a lot of folks will be filling out for... And then that's pretty popular stuff. Yeah, sad to hear that. I see. Is that Buster?
Hey, Steve. Oh, God bless you, sir. I didn't think I would get on this morning. I heard Pappy talking. Real quick, my nephew's kinfolk on the other side of the family is a district attorney. They were instructed to come to Nashville mid-January with the Attorney General for the state of Tennessee. Supposedly, the Secret Service is going state to state, and they're inquiring to people, telling them that there's a possibility that the feds may step in and prevent Trump from taking office over all the legal bull crap if he does happen to win the election. Now, one of that has to do with Haley staying in the race and all that crap. But they want to make sure everybody understands there might be unrest in January if legal by the system wants to prevent Trump from from taking office. So that's all I want to say to you, my brother. Working hard at the office and blessed and glad to see some warm weather. I run that by Pappy, and I thank you for taking my call, buddy.
All right, Buster. Been a while, but good to hear from you. Be safe out there. Hello to Roki, who chimes in this morning via the Facebook. And he said, 1954, a California judge named Keith M. Alber wrote an article outlining 9 steps to overturn a democracy. Of course, we are technically a republic, right? The republic for which it stands. These steps were: divide the nation philosophically, foment racial strife, cause distrust of police authority, swarm the nation's borders indiscriminately and unconstitutionally, engender the military strength to weaken it, overburden citizens with more unfair taxation, encourage civil rioting and discourage accountability for all, control all balloting, control all media. Well, if those 9 steps, if that was 1954, that's that guy's about as smart as Paul Harvey and his production of If I Were the Devil. He says, Alber wrote this article as a warning, as he believed these steps, if followed, could lead to the collapse of a democratic system. It's important to note that this is not a how-to guide, but rather referred to as a cautionary tale. He was asked later, did he think that up? To which he replied, I am a student of law whose age is 85. My first year of college was 68 years ago. One class I took was political science. A half page of my textbook essentially outlined a few steps to overturn a democracy. That would have made the time period around 1890. All right. But you know what? Reading through those, if that be true, all those things listed on that warning are pretty much have come to fruition in the United States, right? Hey, Brother Rambler, Dirty Harry said he wanted to remind you, I tried to call you to warn you about your extended car warranty. Yeah, you must not have called him back, right? Dirty Harry, that's just not right. Let's see, who else on board there? Gary Montgomery had checked in. He's been chiming in with some of the friends there. Yeah, Norman in Kansas. Gary said, Steve, always a great show. Thank you. Thank you to the Hot Shot Secret. God bless all the hardworking Americans out there, all the overnight crew. Have a blessed day. And lastly, God bless Donald Trump. Prayers, okay? Thank you very much, Gary. Don't forget, today, this is Wednesday, Hump Day. 3 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon, it's Hot Shot Secret Live. Coming your way on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page and the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. You can actually ask questions. You can chime in live, listen to the conversation. Topic here for today's edition, what a new diesel owner needs to know. It doesn't matter if you've bought yourself a new Dodge Ram pickup with the diesel, or you've purchased maybe your first big truck. What new diesel owners need to know. Obviously, they're going to break things down about engine. When do you start adding things to reduce engine wear and save and get the most longevity out of your diesel truck? What products would be best to use, depending on how many miles might be? Did you buy a used vehicle with 150,000 miles or a used big truck with 400,000 miles? Yeah, different things will help extend the life of that engine. That'll come your way again, 3 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern Time. Hot Shot Secret Live on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube page. And don't forget, it's already Wednesday. You've only got a couple days left. Get registered for our giveaway, the Big Rig Duo, 2 64-ounce stick shit eliminators, 2 64-ounce diesel extremes, by going to the Facebook page, The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and simply comment, Hot Shot Secret. That's it. And you're registered.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's severed as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I